Easter weekend baseball from Fox Field in Lynchburg. It's the University of Lynchburg Hornets hosting the Ferrum Panthers, an ODAC matchup. Kyle Haney hanging out with you. Hope your weekend is off to a great start. It's chilly again in Central Virginia. We've had a few brief previews of summer with some 80-degree days, but we're back in the mid-40s today in the Hill City, and we've got some wind that we will keep an eye on all day at the ballpark, and we're excited about the baseball matchup here between Lynchburg 20-4, the Hornets 20-4 this season, undefeated at home, a dozen wins here at Fox Field. They'll be taking on the Ferrum Panthers, 9-17 on the season. Ferrum 3-8 in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. Lynchburg 9-2. Hornets were in action earlier this week on the road at Randolph-Macon. They lost that ball game that snapped a 7-game winning streak for Lynchburg. Hornets have still won 12 out of their last 14. So I don't think any reason to hit the panic button whatsoever there with the road loss to another ranked team, Randolph-Macon. Cam Lane hit a home run in that game for Lynchburg. Also, he and Josh Jorman had 2 hits in the loss on the road. Lynchburg number 8 in the nation right now, Randolph-Macon number 12, but that game is done. Those two ball clubs will meet later on in the season right here at Fox Field. And today, it's doubleheader action between Lynchburg and Ferrum. You get a look there at Zach Potts on the mound for Lynchburg, undefeated at 7-0, the senior from Oilville, Virginia. His battery mate again today will be Holden Fiedler. Potts and Fiedler just putting together one fantastic season as a unit for Lynchburg, but then individually, you got to love the things that they have been doing around the diamond. It'll be Gavin Collins at third base for Lynchburg. Brandon Garcia plays short. The freshman teammate, high school teammate, is at second. That's Ben Jones, Batman and Robin, the combination there, Garcia and Jones. And then you've got Josh Jorman at first base. In the outfield for Lynchburg, the All-American Avery Neves patrolling left, Carson Atkins in center. And in right field today, it will be Cam Lane. Lane has been DHing a lot, but he'll be in right field for game 1 today. Ferrum will send up Benjamin Thomas, Ozzie Torres, and Elijah Bird. That's 1, 2, 3 here due up in the first inning for the Panthers, wearing those road black jerseys with the gold and white trim. Lynchburg in the home white top today. We're set for baseball here at Fox Field. Lynchburg undefeated at Fox, 12-0 so far this season, and that is a 16-game winning streak dating back to last year. Strike one across for Zach Potts. He typically attacks the zone, pitches to contact, doesn't walk many hitters. He's only given 11 free passes this season. That's in 45-plus innings of work for Zach Potts, and he's quickly ahead 0-2. Potts has been the weekend number 1 guy, usually gets the ball in game 1 of the doubleheader, and he gets a strikeout early. Swinging Benjamin Thomas, the right fielder for Ferrum, is gone, and that will bring up Ozzie Torres. Ozzie Torres, a senior from Williamsburg, career .346 hitter. He's got over 150 hits in his career. So he's a guy that has had plenty of success, not just against Lynchburg, but against everybody. The great thing about those guys that have had a lot of success, you got a nice long scouting report. You should know where they hit it. 153 hits in his career. Ozzie Torres has hit it in a lot of different places. He scored 117 runs in the career. How about Potts? 0-2 again. Only strike so far for Zach Potts. Working from the windup. Number 28 looks locked in and ready to go here in game 1 against Ferrum. Away target for Fiedler. Potts got it there. Bouncing ball to the left side. Collins ranges over. Strong throw. Out number 2 in the books. Here comes Elijah Bird, left-handed hitting freshman from Tunstall High School. He is putting together an outstanding first-year campaign. He's on a 16-game hitting streak right now, and it's a 21-game reach base streak for Elijah Bird. Been on board the last 21 times in a row. And if you're a freshman hitting third in the lineup, that says a lot right there. You see the look there, the stance from Elijah Bird, the high hands, almost the hands over his head there. As Zach Potts finally mixes in a few balls to the repertoire. It was nothing but strikes there First 6 pitches for Zach Potts. And now he's back across the plate for the first one in this at-bat. 2-1 count. Top of the first inning here at Fox Field. So glad you're joining us on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Check swing there from Bird. They appealed down to third base, but the call is no swing, so it's ball 3. 3-1 count. Bird's got his back foot on the line there, deep in the box. Another check swing. That time it'll be a called strike. So we're full here. 2 gone in the top of the first. Zach Potts looking to keep the sheet clean against a freshman, Elijah Bird. There's a payoff pitch. Foul ball. Sprays it over the Lynchburg dugout. We'll try it again. And we'll look at that wind off and on throughout the day. It's always windy down here at Fox Field, but sometimes it will affect the ball when it gets airborne, and it could be one of those days today. Potts, inside corner, froze him for strike 3, and that's how the half inning will end. 3 up, 3 down. Zach Potts will cruise into the dugout, and Lynchburg will step up to hit in the bottom of the first. Coming up next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Strong start for Zach Potts on the mound in the top of the first inning. Let's see if the Hornets can get on the board. It'll be Cam Lane leading off. Brandon Garcia hits second. Avery Neves third. And then Jones, O'Donovan, Collins, Jorman, Fiedler, and Atkins rounding out the lineup for Lynchburg. They'll face left-handed number 47, Gavin Stone. Gavin Stone got to start on Monday in a conference game for Ferrum against Roanoke. He did take the loss in that game, went 2 innings. I think it was 4 hits surrendered and 2 earned runs against Roanoke less than a week ago. See the breaking ball, looked like a breaking ball over the plate for strike 1. Kind of a check swing there from Cam Lane. So the lineup configuration slightly different for Lynchburg, but in saying that, they've gone with different lineups all season. So it's not really ever going to be anything surprising to see a change in that Lynchburg batting order. There are some constants that we'll review here as the first inning and the game goes on. That one misses there from Gavin Stone. It's a 1-2 count on Cam Lane. 2 hits on the road in a loss against Randolph-Macon on Wednesday. One of those was a big fly, homer for Cam Lane. He'll swing and miss at that one. Ferrum catcher will go down to first base for the out, as the Panthers work it around the diamond and get it back to Stone. 1 strikeout. This is Brandon Garcia, the freshman shortstop for Lynchburg. Garcia, when he has played, has either hit first or second in the lineup. He has missed some time this season due to injury, but I think it's 7 or 8 games in a row now that Garcia's been out there, seems to be healthy and raring to go. His first start when he came back was a win here at home against Christopher Newport for Lynchburg. Garcia will spray that one to the left side. It's through. Base hit number 1. He'll take the turnaround first, and that'll bring up number 30, the All-American Avery Neves. Neves is one of those constants in the lineup. He's hit third every game this season. Has played some first base, but primarily left field for Avery Neves. And the numbers are, as usual, very good. Hitting .368, on base at .510, slugging .632. Neves has driven in 29. He's taken 19 walks. There's a look over to first base from the lefty Stone. Those lefties, just by their nature, they kind of limit the running game some, but obviously they don't completely shut it down unless you got one of those A-plus moves to go with it. Swing and miss there from Avery Neves. 0-1 the count now, 1 away, bottom 1 between Lynchburg and Ferrum. Ferrum went 3 up, 3 down in their half of the first. Lynchburg has their first hit. That's Brandon Garcia leading off at first base. Neves will swing on that and poke it foul. And now it's an 0-2 count. It'll be Ben Jones, another freshman due up next for Lynchburg. Here's the hold from Stone, throws over to first. Ball bobbled briefly over there by Grayson Chitwood, but no problem, not far enough away for Brandon Garcia to advance. Garcia's got a medium lead over there, actually extended it a little bit as I was saying that. Neves will swing on this one in the air. Not very deep. Left fielder and center fielder converge, and then it's pulled in by Russell Galambe there in the left center gap. So there's 2 down, and a freshman, Ben Jones, is up. He is the high school teammate of fellow freshman at first base, Brandon Garcia. So a lot of seniors, a lot of grad students for Lynchburg that make big impacts, but there's some young guys, some freshmen that do the same, including these 2 hitting in the top of the order, Brandon Garcia and Ben Jones. Jones looks at the breaking ball out of the zone. 1-0 the count. We were calling Ben Jones Benny Bombs because he ripped off 4 of them in about a dozen games. He's got 11 starts. This will be start number 12 for Ben Jones. Played in some other ones. But start number 12 here today, he's got 4 homers and 4 doubles. A lot of power for a young guy, Ben Jones. 2-0 the count. Maybe a chance to get into one here with the hitter's count. Jones swings on that, misses, bloops it. Shortstop is on to make the grab. That was Clayton Michael that hauled it in with ease, and the first inning is done. No score here from Fox Field on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. The Ferrum Panthers come to hit in the top of the second inning. Sean Baxter, the left fielder, will lead off. Enrique Diaz and Clayton Michael due up after that. Zach Potts, 2 strikeouts in the first inning. We always see Zach Potts switched on and ready to go, so not really a big surprise to see him strike out 2 in that first inning. The final one was looking there to end the first, which is always very satisfying as a pitcher. First pitch swinging there from Baxter will send Carson Atkins to the right center gap and back briefly, but no problem there for Atkins. Out number one, one pitch, one out. That's another thing that is very satisfying for pitchers. And right now, Zach Potts getting exactly what he wants on the mound. Enrique Diaz, the third baseman, will hit for Ferrum. Another left-handed swinger. Fastball outer edge for Zach Potts, strike one. Enrique Diaz hitting over 300 on the season. He started 20 and played in all of them so far for Ferrum. This one flared to the line, and now it's out of play. 0-2 the count on Enrique Diaz. If Ferrum can get some runners on base, we could talk about their running game. They've stolen 43 and 53 attempts this season. Big part of their offense and how they score runs. And it's a Panther squad that has been scoring some runs lately. Nice job by Potts there just to nibble. I think that was exactly where he wanted it. Ball one, and we'll see what Zach Potts pitches off of that. What does that set up? It sets up that right there. Tailing fastball at the knees. Potts might have wanted it a little bit more inside than that, but it doesn't matter as Diaz can't get the bat off his shoulder. Third strikeout of the young game. It's the second K looking. And now the shortstop, Clayton Michael, will hit with two gone in the top of the second inning. Clayton Michael, a junior. He's on a 12-game hitting streak, part of that offensive explosion that Ferrum has been enjoying lately. Panthers are 9-17. And they've actually lost 3 out of their last 4, but offensively, that hasn't been the issue. Panthers are scoring some runs here in the last couple weeks. Strike one for Zach Potts. It's an even count at 1-1. 2 gone in the top of the first here from Fox Field. Decent crowd out there today on Easter weekend. I know some of the students have taken the opportunity to head home, but we've got some students out there and a lot of parents. And we've got a bunch of Ferrum fans out there as well. 1-2 count now. Here's the delivery from Potts. Got him. 4th K of the ball game so far. Zach Potts is dealing. We're through 1.5 here at Fox Field. Still scoreless on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Early pitching change for the Ferrum Panthers as they'll send up number 51, Gray Clary, to the mound. This will be appearance number 5 for Clary. He's got a 5.40 earned run average. So we're already getting some indications about what the pitching plan might be for the Ferrum Panthers, as it was just 1 inning from Gavin Stone. He did surrender 1 base hit. Hornets stranded 1 in the bottom half. But it's 2 pitchers in 2 innings for Ferrum. it could be a bullpen kind of a game here in game one, the Johnny Holstaff concept. It could be that all day. You never know. Ferrum played 3 conference games in 2 days last weekend, a split against Bridgewater, and then they played Roanoke on Monday. So the Bridgewater games were Sunday of last weekend. I think most everybody in the ODAC did move to Sunday last weekend as the weather was better, but we're here today on Saturday, Easter tomorrow. But the weather is fine today. We had some rain in Central Virginia yesterday. I think the field is not totally dry, but very, very playable, and I don't think we'll see any issues with the field conditions today. There's the shortstop, Clayton Michael, that will pull in another one as Riley O'Donovan, the designated hitter, flies out for out number 1. It'll bring up Gavin Collins. Part of the plan for Ferrum might be let's try to limit this potent Lynchburg offense, give them some different looks, change it up as much as we can. All those options are in play. We'll see how the pitching plan goes from here. But it's 1 pitch and 1 out for the new man, Gray Clary. That one missed way outside. It's a 1-0 count for Gavin Collins. Gavin Collins enters hitting .278 on the season. Power numbers have been there for Gavin Collins, though. 4 doubles, 3 triples, and a homer. We saw that home run here at Fox Field. It's been a great season at home so far for Lynchburg, a great season in general. I mean, the Hornets are 20-4. Obviously, it's been an outstanding campaign thus far, but we've seen some really, really cool stuff here at home. We're looking forward to more. We're over halfway through the season, but still a lot of great baseball to come. 3-1 the count now. As Gavin Collins, don't know if it was a red light there or he was just looking for something a little bit better, but a hitter's count with 1 gone. Collins will swing on that one early, yanks it foul past head coach Lucas Jones. Jack Batchmore will hustle down the line there to scoop that one up. Batchmore threw 5 1/3 innings on the road against Randolph-Macon. And pitched pretty good, did surrender some runs. But Batchmore's been pretty close to A+ all season long, and he will be available again today. Despite throwing the 5 2/3 on Wednesday, he's got the rubber arm. Jack Batchmore always available, I think. As Collins fouls another one off. Early there again. See if Collins can adjust here with 2 strikes. See if Clary continues to go with the off-speed stuff. Looked like a fastball there. Collins hit it on the nose, but right at the shortstop. Clayton Michael, who has actually made the last 3 outs in a row, dating back to the last inning. And now it's Josh Jorman, the first baseman, to try to start a 2-out rally for Lynchburg here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Gray Clary, the 2nd pitcher that Ferrum has used in as many innings. Good take there from Jorman to let that one go by. Just going back to Jack Batchmore for a second, it was 5 1/3 in relief of Brandon Pond against Randolph-Macon on Wednesday. And Batchmore gave up 6 hits, 2 earned runs, didn't walk anybody, struck out 4. So the control continues to be ultra impressive for Jack Batchmore. Lynchburg as a team really does not walk many hitters, as Jorman will rip this one down the line. Close to staying in play, but instead it's a 1-2 count with 2 away here for the first baseman from Lynchburg. Hornets pitchers, they like to pitch to contact. They've got good stuff. They go right after you. Mechanically, they're so sound. That helps when you're talking about throwing strikes. And it's been a big part of the successful game plan for Lynchburg, not walking many hitters. Ooh, Lynchburg offensively, we know they get hit a lot, and there's one right there. Second base runner of the game for the Hornets will be Josh Jorman, just wearing one right in the back. Runner on first with 2 outs. Holden Fiedler, the catcher, will strip the gear off. He had half of it on there in case the inning ended and he needed to get out there in a hurry. But now Holden Fiedler will hit with Josh Jorman on first base. So Gray Cleary got a couple quick outs for Ferrum, but now he'll have to pitch with a runner on first base and a good hitter up, Holden Fiedler. Ball one to a man who's hitting .315 on the season. 122 career hits for Holden Fiedler. Just a steady presence behind the plate and in the batter's box for the Hornets the last 4.5 years. Breaking ball comes across for a strike. 1-1 count. Getting an early look at that game plan from Ferrum as well. A lot of off speed, a lot of breaking balls to Lynchburg. They have used the fastball, but it's been about 50-50, just the back of the envelope math that I'm seeing so far. As Fiedler will foul that one away. It's a 1-2 count with 2 outs, bottom of the second. The trees behind the fence at Fox Field starting to green up a little bit. Springtime, even though it feels like winter again. It's one of these days today where if it was 45 degrees in December, January, you'd be like, oh, great, it's warming up outside. But after you've had some 80-degree days, all of a sudden it feels freezing out there as Fiedler will slash one through the right side of the infield for Lynchburg's second hit of the day. And now a runner in scoring position for the first time. Bringing up Carson Atkins. Atkins had a week to remember last week, honored by the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. A player of the week, second time he's done that in his career. He was absolutely on fire for about 8 days. 0 for 4 against Randolph-Macon as Ferrum, nice little spin pickoff attempt, but Jorman is back in time on the dive. 0 for 4 day for Atkins on the road at Randolph-Macon. I just have a feeling, though, that he is not done with the damage that he has created lately. I don't think the hot streak is over yet just because there was 1 0 for day in there for Carson Atkins. But we'll see. Looks at a breaking ball outside. 1-0 the count. 2 away here in the bottom of the second. Lynchburg's gotten 2 hits and 1 hit batter. That's Josh Jorman. You can see him in your screen leading off. He'll bounce back. Kind of sensed that one coming. You could feel that there from Josh Jorman. He took a little half step back to the bag. Some of that is the coaching staff. Lucas Jones is keeping an eye on the shortstop and the second baseman while Jorman watches the pitcher. That's typically the way most of the high-level ball clubs will do that. Have one of the base coaches read those infielders, and you'll get your lead based on that verbal call from the coach. Don't do that as much at the big league level because when you got 25 or 30,000 screaming fans at Yankee Stadium or wherever, you can't even hear that base coach. You just got to get the lead on your own there. That breaking ball comes in low, and it's a 2-1 count now for Carson Atkins. Gray Cleary got the first 2 outs quickly. Next 2 have gotten on for Lynchburg. They're trying to turn the lineup over. Watch out. Atkins belts this one to the left center gap. Outfielder's going back. It will stay in the park, but it's at least a double for Carson Atkins, and he has plated 2 more. So the hot streak continues. Carson Atkins, bases clearing double, puts Lynchburg on the board. They lead 2-0, and not done yet as Cam Lane steps up with 2 gone and a runner in scoring position. What a rip from Carson Atkins. Atkins came into the game hitting .359, second on the team behind Brandon Garcia. Might have just, Garcia got a hit in his first at-bat as well, so probably didn't pass him on that just in the first at-bat, first plate appearances. But Carson Atkins just putting together a monster season. His hot streak really extends back about a month, but last week was something even a cut above. Really special there from Carson Atkins. He's got the shortstop holding him close behind. Ball 2 for Cam Lane. 2-0 count for a hitter who may be heating up himself, number 34, Cam Lane. Manassas, Virginia. Lane will have no shot to swing at that one. Now it's a 3-0 count for the leadoff hitter, Cam Lane. Struck out in his first at-bat. It was that steady diet of breaking balls that we have discussed a little bit. There's a fastball that does come across the inside half for a strike. 3-1 now with 2 gone. Already a 2-0 Lynchburg lead. Carson Atkins, 2 RBI double. He leads off second, looking to score on any contact. Atkins, good wheels. This Lane will get hit. The career leader in hit by pitch here at Lynchburg will extend the career lead. 52 now in his career. That is in 139 games played. 52 times Cam Lane has been plunked. It is the second hit batter of the day thus far. Last time we were at Fox Field, Lynchburg got hit 8 times against Eastern Mennonite. As we get a visit on the mound here from Ferrum, and I think we're going to get a new pitcher to close out the second inning. Yeah, see a player trotting in from the dugout. He'll have to pitch from the stretch with runners on first and second. 2 down here in the bottom of the second inning. Lynchburg on top 2-0. New pitcher on the mound will be Jordan Smith for Ferrum. The Panthers have used 3 in an inning and 2/3. And I believe we're going to get another look here at Carson Atkins. Yeah, there's the swing. And you see this ball. We didn't know if it was going to stay in the park, just hitting the base of the wall there. So Carson Atkins, that's the kind of game that he has been playing in the last few weeks. It's like he's playing ping pong and the fence is the net. And he's trying to hit it over every single time. Carson Atkins now with 7 doubles on the season to go along with 5 homers. And he's got the speed, too, so he can get some of those doubles on balls down the line or balls in the gap. It's a great combination for Carson Atkins, and he is really seeing it right now. Seems like every time the bat comes off his shoulder, Carson Atkins is doing some damage with it. He'll be on second when Jordan Smith gets done with the warm-up tosses here. Cam Lane is on first, second hit batter of the day so far for Lynchburg. Hornets have gotten hit now 46 times on the season. They're under 2 per game in that category. They were actually over 2 hit batters per game last season. And back to Lynchburg's control as a pitching staff, Lynchburg pitchers have only hit 17 this year. So that is a glaring spot in the stats. Some of the stats, they're just something to talk about. They don't tell the full story, but it's 46 times Lynchburg's been hit hitting-wise, and Lynchburg pitchers have only plunked 17. So that tells you right there, not as many free base runners allowed with the walks and the hit batters for Lynchburg's pitching staff. And the Lynchburg hitters, they've been the beneficiary of some wild ones, but they also don't get out of the way. It's part of the game plan for sure. Brandon Garcia is 1 for 1. He singled in the bottom of the first inning. That one is a wild one. Upstairs, Garcia kind of rolls out of the way. It's ball 1. 2 outs here for Jordan Smith. He's the 3rd pitcher of the game so far for Ferrum. Jordan Smith enters 1-1. He started 1. This will be appearance number 8. So the bulk of the work out of the bullpen for Jordan Smith. Misses the zone again there. A little bit better pitch, but it's still 2-0 for Brandon Garcia. He hits with Atkins on second and Lane on first. 3 hits for Lynchburg so far. 5 base runners total. No walks. It's those 2 hit batters in there. Garcia watches that one come in for a strike. Confirms with the umpire. It's a 2-1 count with 2 away. Hornets have been pretty good about having big innings that break these games open. Seems like they come in the middle part of the game a lot, but Lynchburg trying to do it right here. This will be a tough play. Short toss over to second. That was Clayton Michael flipping to Ozzie Torres. The final out of the inning is retired, but it's 2 hits for Lynchburg, 2 left on, no Ferrum errors. Hornets score 2. They lead 2-0 as we head to the top of the third at Fox Field. Grayson Chitwood due up now for the Ferrum Panthers. It'll be 7-8-9 as Zach Potts has struck out 4 in the first 2 innings. And there's another one. Zach Potts right after you, right away. Love it from Zach Potts. We talked about his high standard. He's 7-0 on the season, but even some of those games, this one will get bounced to Brandon Garcia. Stays back, fields it on the even hop, throws across for a strike, and it's out number 1. 2 pitches to get the first out there for Zach Potts, excuse me. But Potts, he'll pop in the press box after some games and talk about the starts a little bit. He really has that high standard he sets for himself. He's had some games this season where he's gotten the win, but just hasn't felt like it was the A-plus stuff. Doesn't want to give up multiple runs in an inning. What about that one? Wow, that had some sizzle coming in. You can hear the pop of the mitt from Holden Fiedler as well. Zach Potts wheeling and dealing here. We'll get a check swing appeal. Ball 1. 1-1 with 1 gone. Nick Funk, catcher from Stanton River High School, another Central Virginia high school there. Stanton River, 45 minutes away or so. It would probably be, if you had to pick the school that was equidistant between Lynchburg and Ferrum, probably actually would be Stanton River. So I'm sure there's some Nick Funk fans in the house. Equidistant is a good word that you got to make sure you get in the broadcast every so often. Gavin Collins, smoothness over there as he comes on to field the chopper. And there's 2 away in the top of the 3rd inning. Russell Galambe, the center fielder, up to hit for the Panthers. Wanted to talk more about Zach Potts, but he's working so quick. The outs are coming at such a high rate, you can't even get into any long-winded conversation pieces about Zach Potts as he misses upstairs with that one. A rare ball 1 to start and at bat for Zach Potts. 1-0 here on Russell Galambe. He's started 16 games now, hits .295. He's a guy that can get in on the base running game that we've talked about. 8 for 8 stolen base-wise this season for the center fielder from Ferrum. This ball will squeeze through the infield, and it's hit number 1. It's the first hit of the ball game. It's Russell Galambe, a 15 hopper through the right side. Cam Lane kind of slipped in right field as he was coming on. I said that the field conditions were fine and they wouldn't be a factor, but clearly some wet grass out there as Cam Lane looked to put the cleat in the ground and it slid out from under him. Ball didn't get by. Galambe has to stay at first, but something to keep an eye on. Galambe will run, and now he's 9 for 9 stolen base-wise. He knew he was a threat, and Russell Galambe showed it on the first pitch. Takes off, runner in scoring position. First runner of the ball game for Ferrum. See if the Panthers can capitalize. Benjamin Thomas struck out in his first at-bat. Strike one for Zach Potts. 1-1 is the count, 2 away. Top three, Lynchburg leads 2-0. It was a double for Carson Atkins in the bottom of the second to get the Hornets on the board. One thing about Potts that you can see is that little glove tap. The ball comes out, and then he sort of hits the heel of the glove with the ball as he's getting into that arm circle. A lot of Lynchburg pitchers do that. 1-2 count. It's one of those things the old school coaches didn't like it, but now everybody seems to think it's fine. Runner will go. Galambe trying it again. Play it third. Safe. Collins had to catch that one on the run and try to get the glove down to make the tag. The throw from Fiedler was slightly to the infield side of the bag, the fair territory side of third base there. But it's 2 stolen bases in the inning for Russell Galambe. He's up to 10 for 10 on the season. Strikeout swinging there as Potts will get K number 5, and that ends the threat for Ferrum in their half of the third inning. We'll go to the bottom with Lynchburg leading 2-0 at Fox Field. So Zach Potts' no-hitter is gone for Lynchburg, but it's still full steam ahead as he has struck out 5, just the 1 base runner so far for Ferrum. It's been a different story for the Lynchburg offense. They've got 3 hits, 5 base runners total. And now Avery Neves will lead off here in the bottom of the third inning for the Hornets. 0 for 1, flew out to center in his first at-bat. He'll face Jordan Smith, who stays on. He is the 3rd pitcher for the Panthers that we have seen. Came on in relief of Gray Cleary, who started the second inning. It was Gavin Stone that started the game. I would say because of the amount of pitches they have thrown that both those guys would be candidates to come back in the second game, but we'll see. That's a long way from now. But it is game 1 of 2 here. Double dip time again as Avery Neves will blister one past Jordan Smith on the mound and into center field. So there's hit number 4 of the game for Lynchburg, as this offense shows little sign of slowing down. There's some great stats about what Lynchburg's offense has done. Double-digit runs 9 times this year. And Lynchburg's got the interesting stat: when they score 5 or more, they are undefeated this season. They've scored 4 twice and lost. They scored 4 one time and won, but in the 4 losses this season, Lynchburg 20-4. In those 4 losses, it was 4 runs twice, 1 run once, and 2 runs against Randolph-Macon in a 6-2 loss on Wednesday. Neves at first. He's a threat to run. Ben Jones in the batter's box. He'll swing on the first one, got under it. Not happy as he'll jog down to first, and it's a grab in center by Galambe for out number 1. Avery Neves is 2nd all-time in the University of Lynchburg history, stolen base category. That's one that he's probably not going to get the all-time lead, though, because Avery Neves, in his career, he has 52 stolen bases, and the leader is Jeff Taylor, who's got over 100. So Avery Neves is just not going to have enough games left in the career, it doesn't look like, to get that all-time record. But he's got a bunch of the other ones here at the University of Lynchburg. And just to say that you're second all-time in stolen bases is pretty remarkable. As Jordan Smith will throw over a couple times to keep Avery Neves busy. Back on a dive there. Excellent shot from our LHSN broadcast team. We've got a full house here in the press box. I'm being told that the LHSN Easter egg hunt has been canceled, though, due to the cold temperatures and the high winds outside. So we won't be able to do that, but we'll have some great baseball to watch. We've already seen some fun stuff here in just 2.5 innings. As they take another look on Neves. Medium lead for him. Funk will take the high fastball and come out and twist in Neves' direction, but no throw. Catcher is Nick Funk. He is one of a couple catchers that Ferrum will use. The designated hitter, Elijah Bird, is a catcher as well for Ferrum. And it could be split duties in the doubleheader. Funk will throw on Neves. Not there, and it's stolen base number 53 in the career for Avery Neves. 13 for 13 this season for Neves. He stands on second now for Riley O'Donovan, who hits the 2-0 count. Jordan Smith, right-handed pitcher, out of the bullpen for Ferrum. Third arm of the game so far. O'Donovan will hit that to the third baseman. One hop, strong throw across for out number 2. As maybe we might have a special guest on the broadcast. No confirmation on that just yet. So we'll wait and watch Gavin Collins hit. 2 outs. Neves is at second. Gavin Collins hit one to the shortstop in inning number 2. It was well hit by Gavin Collins, but it was just right at the shortstop, Clayton Michael. Collins will take strike 1. 0-1 the count. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Lynchburg already leading 2-0. You could probably hear the Lynchburg dugout with the back call there to Neves. 90% of the team on the fence line there in front of Lynchburg's dugout. Everybody's got the hoodies on and some people with the stocking caps. It's mid-40s, supposed to get over 50 today. But another fierce wind at Fox Field makes it a little bit unpleasant out there as Collins will sky this one to right. He's on the sprint. Oh, it'll stay. It'll be foul. Wow. Tough play down there. It was long haul trucking for the first baseman, Grayson Chitwood. He actually got the mid on it, but it would not stay in the leather. One of those Bermuda Triangle balls. And Gavin Collins, you could see him hustling out of the box. He definitely thought it had a chance to be fair. It ends up dropping just about 3 or 4 feet to the right of that first base line. Benjamin Thomas, the right fielder, gave good chase as well, and the second baseman, Ozzie Torres, was in the mix too. Torres is trying to keep Neves close there at second. 0-2 the count. In fact, Torres will swing over to cover in another pickoff attempt. No balls, 2 strikes. And Gavin Collins hits with 2 outs in the bottom of the third. Collins is ready. Here's the delivery. He'll wait on that breaking ball and foul it off. Collins is another guy that I think sometimes the numbers lie, the stats lie. He hits a lot of balls hard right at guys. He hit one hard at the shortstop in this game, so it's an out in the books, but the process is pretty good right now for Gavin Collins. Neves will take off. Collins will foul that one off. In between swing there. For a guy who hits 278, Gavin Collins, to me, hits as many balls hard as anybody in the lineup. We went up and watched when Lynchburg played Roanoke, at Roanoke. Felt like Collins was hitting a line drive either at the left fielder or the center fielder every at bat. He's working here with an 0-2 count. Neves bounces off. Collins will foul another one away. Yeah, stay on the clock here. Keep the meter running for Gavin Collins. It's ending up being a long at bat. I think it's 4 straight foul balls for the junior from Clifton, Virginia. 124 career hits for Gavin Collins in his junior season. That is remarkable right there. He might get to 200 before it's all said and done. Long look from Smith. Collins will get a piece of that one, and it's another foul ball. He's really equitable with the distribution of the foul balls as well. He's hitting them everywhere. Still an 0-2 count. At this point, Gavin Collins would probably like a ball from Jordan Smith just to maybe catch his breath and get his bearings a little bit here. He's been in and out of that batter's box quite a bit on some of these foul balls. So we'll try it again. Same scenario, 0-2. 2 strikes, bottom of the third, runner on second. There's the ball. Now we can finally say it's a 1-2 count. Neves got a single to lead off, stole second. F8 from Ben Jones, and then 5-3 from Riley O'Donovan. There's another turn and throw from Jordan Smith. We've had some of those in this at-bat as well. That's making it really seem like it's quite a long at-bat for Gavin Collins. Said keep the meter running. He might get a bill for the rent here for as long as he's been in that batter's box. Neves will run again. Not a great pitch for Funk to throw on, and I think he couldn't quite get the handle anyway and decided just to eat it. Another stolen base for Neves. Now Neves is 14 for 14 on swipes this season. 90 feet closer for Gavin Collins. Deuce is wild here. 2-2-2 across the board. Collins will foul another one off. Add that to the total. We got replay today. Maybe we can do a super cut. We can cut all the foul balls together here for Gavin Collins. At this point, it would take a long time, though. Well, he's fouled off 6, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I probably am. I'll say it's between 5 and 7, the number of foul balls for Gavin Collins. The at-bat continues now. Full count with 2 outs. This is about as much fun as you can have on just a regular at-bat where the ball hasn't even been put in play yet. Payoff pitch coming from Jordan Smith. It's been long for him, too. Collins will swing and miss, and it's a strikeout to end the inning. Lynchburg leading 2-0 over the Ferrum Panthers after 3 complete here at Fox Field. We go to the top of the 4th inning here at Fox Field. Kyle Haney hanging out with Tim LaDuca. We found a free headset, and Tim, you've got it on now, my friend. We're already seeing some exciting stuff here on Easter weekend, and we get 2 games again. 2 games, double the fun, double trouble for Lynchburg as they have a chance to pick up 2 more wins at home and 2 more ODAC wins. And I know you didn't come on to talk about Easter. You came on to talk about baseball, right?
I'll talk to you about Luke Easter, Rochester Red Wings legend.
Ooh.
Retired number out there in the Flower City of Rochester, New York. But, yeah, not here to talk about Easter. How about that? You think the first thing that I was going to talk to you about today was Luke Easter?
You are bringing some stuff to the table here, my
one
friend.
for one. Keep them coming. I got more.
As we get a shot of Brandon Garcia patrolling shortstop there for Lynchburg. Where do you want to go with the conversation? How about Zach Potts? I mean, he's been incredible all season long, so this great start from him in the first 3 innings, not exactly surprising, but it's a lot of fun to watch for Lynchburg fans.
Yeah, he was an all-conference pitcher 2 seasons ago, and when the season began, it was kind of like, well, who's going to be the ace? We wanted to be Zach Potts if you're the Hornets, but last year was a little bit of a down year. So seeing Potts be out on this mound and dominating the way he does, seems like his stuff's really electric. The first pitch I saw from him today really came out of his hand quick, and I think what clicked for him was pitching against Bridgewater in the ODAC championship last year. His stuff really came together in a complete way, and it gave him confidence. Luckily, he was able to parlay that into the next season, and I think that confidence has rolled over here through his first X amount of starts where he hasn't lost a game yet.
I think you nailed everything there, as usual. I like what you said. I mean, the ball's got some life out of his hand today. Not that it seems slow any day, but I'm with you. It just looked like it had some extra juice coming out. And, boy, 8-4 last year. It's crazy when you're that good. You can call 8-4 kind of a down year. But I think you're right. I mean, I don't think you misspoke at all. I think if you asked Zach Potts, he would tell you, hey, I shouldn't have lost any games last season. He's that kind of a pitcher, and he's got that kind of stuff going right now, it seems like.
Yeah, the 5.77 ERA is kind of what I was more alluding to, and I think also a little bit of a slow start for him. He started putting together longer outings last season, but his first 2 not even reaching 5 complete innings pitched. Started out with the 6 earned runs against Birmingham Southern. Of course, Birmingham Southern, top team in the country right now. A buzzsaw that Lynchburg ran into in the NCAA regional last year. But yeah, I hope I didn't. I know I won't offend Potts if he hears that. He'd agree with me, but
no,
his stuff was still great, and it was also big enough for him to be the number 2 guy in that rotation. This year, however, it's cool seeing Potts as the number 1 guy.
Yeah, and he is. He's that guy with a high standard. So you're right. He's probably going to be much harder on himself than we are. As Gavin Collins will get another bouncing ball over there at first. Jorman handles it, and we'll continue to the discussion about Zach Potts and other players here in just a moment as the inning is done. A quick one, 3 up, 3 down. Potts got strikeout number 6 of the game in there, and we go to the bottom of the 4th inning with Lynchburg leading Ferrum 2-0. Bottom of the 4th coming up at Fox Field. Lynchburg will send up Jorman, Fiedler, and Atkins. It's another new pitcher for Ferrum. 4th one of the game so far. It's number 24, Josh Height, a lefty from, I believe it's Bluestone High School. Mecklenburg County, Virginia, for Josh Height. Kyle and Tim hanging out with you. We were in the middle of talking about Zach Potts, and you mentioned the ERA. You and I have talked before. When you're using the metrics and the stats to look at pitchers, it's interesting what some people value over others. I think most everybody's finding out that the 1-loss record is kind of overrated. But, it is kind of the first thing that sticks out, and it's the first thing you mention with a pitcher, the record, and you throw the saves in there as well. But, yeah, there's definitely some better ways to judge a pitcher. Watch out as Josh Jorman will take his second hit-by pitch of the game, Tim.
I think that Potts kind of may be the exception to that this year, though, because 7 starts, 7 wins.
Right.
So he's been putting himself in – he's been able to control his own outcomes this season with the wins by, limiting the opposing team to a low amount of runs. And he hasn't left anything up to chance this year, so that makes the difference for Potts. When you're going to dominate on the mound, then maybe that win-loss does have a little bit of credence to it.
Yeah, great way to phrase it, though. He hasn't left anything to chance. When you exit the game every time with a lead like he has, that says a lot, and that speaks to the quality of his pitching this season. But, yeah, you just go down the line with the ERA and the whip. Whip is one that we don't really talk about that much, but it's one that a lot of people like, and, in fact, a lot of teams will have that on the stat sheet. It's basically just walks and hits divided by innings pitched, and then you get into Ks per 9 and the FIP that you and I discussed, which is a good one, as Jorman will take off on a ball in the dirt. Funk smothered it, but it kicked away far enough for Jorman to advance on one of those dirt ball reads, and now it's a runner at second for Holden Fiedler, who is 1 for 1 so far on the day. We're going to get another mound visit. Don't know if it's just a conversation with Josh Haidt or that means his afternoon will be done very quickly.
Yeah, so looking through Ferrum's, game logs, this is something that they're accustomed to doing. Would you believe me if I told you 2 of the Ferrum pitchers this year meet the minimum requirement of 1 innings pitched per game?
Well, I would, because I know how trustworthy you are. I would believe
that.
I would believe everything you said. But no, I think to your point, it is surprising. It means that nobody's really gone long. I mean, when you look at just keep talking about their stats here for just a moment. It looks like Raleigh Walker has 28.1 innings pitched. That is the tops. And if you compare that to Lynchburg, they've got 3 pitchers that are over that mark. And Zach Potts has shattered that. I mean, Zach Potts has gone 45 1/3 so far this season. That was coming in. That doesn't even count today.
The only other arm for Ferrum that's, pitched more than an inning per game is Cameron Mullins, and he owns a 7 ERA. But Haidt, that's out on the mound right now, he owns a nice 3.60 ERA as he gets Fiedler to fly out to right field there. So Haidt, one of the better arms on the staff, however, only pitched in 5 innings so far across 4 games.
Yeah, it looks like most of his appearances have come as of late, though, Tim. I was looking through. I think he's pitched 3 times in the last month, which for a reliever out of the bullpen, I mean, if you throw 3 or 4 times a month, that's probably a pretty steady diet of work if you're pitching once or twice a week. Again, with the relievers, a lot of times it will just be the 1 inning, though, so you won't see that number skyrocket up as he'll get Carson Atkins to swing and miss at a pitch to start the at-bat. 0-1 count, 1 gone. Josh Haidt on the mound, Josh Jorman at second, and Carson Atkins 1 for 1 with a double already in the ballgame. But, yeah, the stats are so much fun to look at, and some of them are overrated. Some of them are just something for guys like me and you to talk about when you're on the broadcast. But others, you can learn a lot about a guy's season just by that little snapshot there statistically.
Yeah, with the increased number of errors across college baseball compared to a major league team, you're going to have a little bit harder time deciphering how well a pitcher pitches from his ERA because, I think of a few times this year, Wesley Arrington let up 4 runs, none of them were earned. And so none of that goes onto his tab, but you want to look at his fielding independent pitching. So what does he do when he can control every outcome? That is the walk, the strike, out, and the home run. Those are the only 3 things that the fielders can't do anything about, of course, unless you have someone out in center field who can rob a home run. But, we'll take exception to that, especially since those turn into outs there. So It's still a good thing for the pitcher.
Yeah, no, but that's an interesting stat, though, that FIP, that fielding independent pitching. That was one that kind of came about in the 90s with the whole – now we call them metrics or analytics. In the beginning, in the early days, we were calling them sabermetrics, the SABR, the Society of American Baseball Researchers.
Jinx, you can't talk.
I'll shut it down for the rest of the inning. I'll go get the donuts. Or the Easter eggs. I'll get the Easter eggs.
Sweet.
2-2 the count on Atkins with 1 out. I got a good question for you coming up here after what could be a big pitch from Josh Height. Atkins will swing and miss. It is a big pitch to strike out the danger man, Carson Atkins. That's the 3rd time Lynchburg has K'd today. Are you a member of the society, and when will we be signing up? Because clearly we have the passion for the numbers and the research.
Is there a financial number attached to that?
I'm pretty sure there is. They don't just let anybody in. No, it's probably one of those deals where you pay, I don't know. What do you think it could be? We'll look it up in between. Somebody watching might want to know. They might want to join. But it's cool. I know they got the Sabre Conference coming up in Chicago that has some big names. That's coming up shortly. But it's interesting the things, though, that we have looked at statistically in the last 25 or 30 years that people didn't care about previously, but now they're in vogue, and they do, again, tell you a lot about the game. As Josh Jorman will actually get hit a 2nd time this inning. He wore that one right in the back on a pickoff attempt. And fans, Jorman has been hit twice in the game already, so he's really sacrificing his body out there for the Hornets right now, as the shortstop just couldn't get the glove in front of that pickoff attempt. Cam Lane is the hitter for Lynchburg. He's been hit 1 time today, extending his career lead.
Something interesting about hit by pitches, though. Talk about whip. I don't agree with this, but a hit batter does not go against your whip.
Yeah.
I think it should.
Yeah, I think the whip is designed to quantify how many batters you let on in an inning.
Mm-hmm.
It's walks plus hits divided by the innings pitched, and we have an answer for you. So, yeah, I'm with you. Like, it should. You hit him.
Uh-huh.
Nobody made an error
No,
or anything.
yeah.
You hit the guy with the pitch. So I agree. I think it should be quantified in the mix there. If you just want to call it just call it something else other than whip. I think whip is so catchy.
Uh-huh.
It's hard for people to get away from it. We have the research and a membership to Sabre, the Society of American Baseball Researchers. Will cost you $65 annually, Tim.
That's not too bad.
No, it's not bad at all. Honestly, with your job here at the University of Lynchburg, school might cover it.
Sure, it could be part of my of enhancing myself as a professional.
You are a professional to the utmost degree, as we're having some other people volunteer to sign up. Cam Lane swings and misses at that. It's a full count with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th.
Height looking for his 6th strikeout of the season here in only his 6th inning of work. So give him a nice 9 strikeouts per 9 innings if you could fan the Manassas lefty right here.
Strikeout's going to have to wait, but it looks like Ferrum is out of the inning. Gobbled up there by the second baseman, and it will be out number 3. Lynchburg scoreless in the bottom of the 4th. No hits. They leave 1 on. No Ferrum errors, and we head to the 5th at Fox Field. Top of the 5th at Fox Field in Lynchburg. Zach Potts on and dealing. He's surrendered 1 hit so far, struck out 6. Ben Jones can't take that one away, so make it 2 hits now for Ferrum as Enrique Diaz leads off with a sharp single by the diving Ben Jones. So second base runner of the game so far for Zach Potts, the man we have been raving about Tim. I think we'll continue to rave about him despite surrendering the single there. It's Clayton Michael, the shortstop, to hit now. He struck out in his first at-bat against Zach Potts. You know one I haven't discussed with Potts this season, same high school as Justin Verlander, Goochland High School. Justin Verlander, a very good pitcher in high school. As you can imagine, wasn't a huge prospect, went to Old Dominion. Hold that thought as Potts might get a chance at the 1-6-3 double play. Oh, yeah, the Hornets get it. Great action in the diamond right there as Zach Potts off the mound, fielding the position to get the double play.
Now at bat,
wow.
11, Grayson Chitwood.
But, yeah, Justin Verlander, mid-90s, Goochland High School. I think there was a story about he pitched 10 innings in a region championship game and gave up one hit and lost. It was that kind of a season and a career for Justin Verlander.
Who was he going up against?
Actually, I think it was Clark County. Don't ask me why I know that. I just know random things like you do. Like this story you had on about the Easter guy from
Luke Easter?
From Luke Easter, right? But Justin Verlander, Goochland High School, and of course his brother Ben was also a high school baseball player in college too. Now Ben has made the career out of talking about baseball, while brother Justin is still in the league. Kind of an ageless wonder at this point. He's rehabbing right now, but it looks like he's going to get out there for the Mets at some point, Mr. Justin Verlander. We need to ask Zach Potts next time he comes in if he's ever met either of the Verlander brothers. Or if they came back to, come to a baseball camp or something. Ben Jones, active in the inning, will throw, safe at first. Could not get Grayson Chitwood, who was busting it down the line, so call it an infield single there for Chitwood. And now the catcher, Nick Funk, is up for his second at bat, 0 for 1, grounded out to the third baseman.
18, Nick Funk.
But, yeah, Goochland High School is one of those places, very high-quality baseball program, Tim, but extend that to all the other sports as well. They're one of those high schools that really seems to be good in every sport. And you get some great athletes that come through there, like Zach Potts, who we're getting to witness in person right now. 2 outs to Nick Funk. It's Grayson Chitwood leading off at first. Funk will hit one through the middle. Jones has really been busy this inning. He got his glove on that one to keep it in the infield, but couldn't come up with it cleanly. Deflected over to Garcia, who faked a throw but held on to it. And that's back-to-back infield singles. So it's 3 hits in the inning. 2 of them haven't left the infield, though, Tim. And the double play in there has kept the shutout intact for Zach Potts, but he'll have to pitch under some pressure now to Russell Galambe, who also has a single in this game. He'll square to bunt and push one to the left side. Potts off, throws, got him. Inning done. 3 hits for Ferrum. They end up leaving 2 on, no Lynchburg errors, and they do not score. It's still 2-0. Hornets heading to the bottom of the 5th. Brandon Garcia, third at bat of the game. He is 1 for 2. He'll face a new pitcher for Ferrum. It's Tyler Pullen. This is the 5th arm that the Panthers have used so far. And Tyler Pullen is another guy with not a ton of innings. He has 5 appearances, 10 innings coming in. So he seems to be maybe a little bit more than just a one-inning guy, Tim. But still not one with a long resume to talk about. He did pitch Monday in that game Ferrum had against Roanoke. They had one of those 4 games in 3 days stretch. It was ODAC doubleheader Sunday against Bridgewater. They played Roanoke in an ODAC game Monday, and then they had a non-conference game against Pfeiffer on Tuesday. So the Panthers were busy, and they've been busy in this one. Lynchburg with the 2-0 lead.
Lynchburg took a loss to Ferrum last year in game 1 of a doubleheader on the road, and it was all Will Davis in the win for Ferrum in that one. He pitched 8 innings to get the win. So really just the polar opposite of what we're seeing today from the Ferrum staff. But Will Davis graduated from the team. He had a really nice day to beat Lynchburg 3-2 in game 1. Lynchburg bounced back and won 3-2 in the next game. So a little reverse box score there for you.
Yeah, it seems to – that's a thing that we always talk about. The conference games, you throw out the records, really. Typically, they always have a chance to be close. They don't always end up being close. You get some blowouts in there, of course, as Garcia has to dance out of the way of that one. You get some blowouts in there, but you kind of go into those games, I think, as broadcasters and coaches and fans thinking it's going to be close. Each team usually has a pitcher or two. They're kind of shut down arms, and – you just really never know, and that's part of the fun for me is you don't ever know how the games are going to unfold, and you get a chance to have some new stars and different people do things that surprise you. Here's a guy that when he does something, it's no surprise anymore, Avery Neves. How about Brandon Garcia will take off on another ball in the dirt. Bang, bang at second, but Garcia with a good hard slide to the outfield side of second base to take it there. 1-0 the count on Avery Neves.
You think Avery now is a little more comfortable on the box knowing he has a runner in scoring position there after the first pitch. Wild pitch gets Garcia 120 feet away from home, 180.
I think so. I mean, he's going to be even closer now as Garcia will move up 90, continuing the math distance theme. And now Avery Neves probably really comfortable because, any ball in the outfield at this point should score Brandon Garcia. You got the sac fly in play, and if you're Avery Neves, you'd settle for the sac fly. You're looking for the double or the homer here, especially 2-0 count. Green light all the way for Avery Neves. Looking for something in his power zone, something he can get elevated. Ball 3. Might be pitching around Avery Neves, which obviously is not uncommon. He is the all-time walks leader at the University of Lynchburg. He led the country in walks last season. So he's used to that, and he'll have to take that's a balk. That is a balk call that will let Brandon Garcia come home. And, coaching staff looks like Ryan Brittle for Ferrum has seen enough. He did not like the balk. We'll get a new pitcher. Tyler Pullen is done. Garcia has scored the 3rd run of the ball game, but Avery Neves will be still hitting with a 3-0 count. Pitch is wiped off the board. It's like the pitch didn't happen. The balk came before that. But we'll get a new arm to look at. For Ferrum, this will be pitcher number 6. We are in the bottom of the 5th inning. New pitcher entering with a 3-0 count on Avery Neves will be Brady Owen out of the bullpen for Ferrum. He is one that they've used quite a bit this season. Brady Owen will be making appearance number 9, 7 of them out of the pen, and he pitched on Tuesday, Tim. So when you use a lot of pitchers in this game, it kind of stands to reason that this is part of a theme, and you talked about the theme earlier, how Ferrum having a lot of these games where it's a Johnny Holstaff kind of a concept. There is a walk there, and Neves is on.
Yeah, and that's that ties the conference record for the most walks in a season, or a career. I kept saying that. Most walks in a career for Avery Neves. No one in the ODAC is, well, I guess he's tied for it right now, but he's on his way to be the leader in walks. And that was something that was kind of destined for Neves once he got here, the amount he walks every year, 60-plus walks each season.
Yeah, and we can unpack that a little bit. I mean, obviously it starts with the fact that he's a dangerous hitter, and other teams, you don't necessarily just want to feed him fastballs right down the middle, but Neves deserves a lot in the equation as well, just with his plate discipline, understanding the zone, understanding the pitcher's game plan as far as, hey, he doesn't really want to attack me, he wants to pitch around me. And then you got to foul off some pitches with 2 strikes as well to get some walks that way. There's a lot that goes into something like that, an all-time record. Neves broke the conference and school record in walks last year, led the country. So you said it, they add up pretty quick for him. And now he's on his way to being the conference record holder. Neves stealing again. Close at second. They got him. Wow. Pinpoint throw there from Nick Funk. Good quick release. Shortstop coming on to cover. And the location of the catch was perfect, right into the slide from Avery Neves. So he is not perfect on stolen bases anymore this season, Tim. Avery Neves is now 14 of 15 stealing bags. Brady Owen has an out, now a 2-2 count as that one misses up and away on Ben Jones. Brady Owen will go back to the windup now and deal on Jones. That one close, but it is ball 3. Full count, 1 out. Garcia did score in this inning. Got on with the walk. Advanced to second on a ball in the dirt. Over to third on a ball that hit the backstop, and then Garcia came in on a balk. Jones will get under that. Easy catch at third base for the second out of the inning.
Yeah, so Ryan Dufourn was he's tied with Neves now for the most walks in a career at 116. He had 0.7 walks every game. So he had 165 career games playing from 2017 to 2021 for Randolph-Macon. Neves did it in only 2.5 seasons, and he averaged almost a walk a game.
Almost a full walk per game, yeah.
0.92 walks per game for Neves. So he's just at a crazy pace walking almost every single game. Unfortunately, against Roanoke a couple weeks ago, Neves broke up his on-base streak that lasted his entire Lynchburg career. Up to that game against Roanoke, he had reached base every single time he's ever played a game for Lynchburg. And after that Roanoke game, he's done it again. So just that one blemish on the resume for Neves, if you can even call it that.
Yeah, if you can even call it that. It's almost like the Rocky thing, He's actually human. He's not a machine. I mean, for a while we just assumed that he was a machine and he was always going to be on base. We would always see Avery Neves out there somewhere. But still a great season. That's another one where you set the bar so high with what you've done in previous years that almost anything's going to feel like a letdown, but really it's been another fantastic year for Avery Neves. Swing and a miss. Riley O'Donovan, the designated hitter in the box. He's 0 for 2. Brady Owen, pretty effective out of the bullpen thus far. He came in on Neves with the 3-0 count and walked him, but we actually were discussing during the break that walk will get charged to Tyler Pullen. That one will not go against Brady Owen. So right now, Mr. Owen faring pretty well. 2-2 count with 2 gone. Lynchburg has scored 1 in the bottom of the 5th. They lead 3-0. See if O'Donovan can keep the inning going. Uh-oh, charge into that. Left fielder is going to go back. Sean Baxter will not be able to snare that one, and Riley O'Donovan will cruise into second with a double. Second double of the day for Lynchburg, Tim. That is hit number
15, Gavin
5. It was a big one there as Riley O'Donovan nearly cleared the wall, hit the ODAC champion sign out there on the left field fence.
Yeah, and if Neves wasn't thrown out on the base paths, Lynchburg would have scored their second run of the inning, doubling up their total for the day. But Brandon Garcia did score on a balk to get the scoring started here in the 5th inning.
6th double of the season for Riley O'Donovan. Gavin Collins is 0 for 2 so far. 1 strikeout, lined 1 to the shortstop in his first at bat. Hitters count as Owen will take a couple looks at O'Donovan. That ball hit Funk's glove, but he'll get to it in time, and Riley O'Donovan cannot advance. That's an interesting play there. We talk about Lynchburg taking advantage of those dirt balls and those balls that the catcher doesn't field cleanly. It kicked to the third base side. I think if it got that far away from him to the other side, then O'Donovan would have been able to get there. But the fact that it deflected sort of up that third base line makes it a shorter throw, and O'Donovan wisely stayed put at second base.
Yeah, no, you don't want to make the third out of the game at the third out of the inning at third base. So another wise move from O'Donovan to stay put.
That's the old baseball rule there. That's one that you hear about so much.
See, I don't really understand that rule because don't you never want to make an out?
Sure, yeah. I think the concept is you're already in scoring position at second.
There's
so
no need to risk
don't take
it going
any
to
chances.
third.
Exactly, right. But watch out. They might get O'Donovan at second. Yeah, on the pickoff. Owen with the tight spin there and fires to Ozzie Torres, who is covering, and the inning is over. So we talked, don't make the third out of third base, but it's been made at second base here with Riley O'Donovan getting picked off. Lynchburg does score 1, none stranded, and there was 1 hit in the inning and no Ferrum errors. We'll go to the top of the 6th at Fox Field. After a strange statistical inning that featured a balk, a caught stealing, a picked off, a double. Riley O'Donovan doubled in there. It was a great piece of hitting.
You saw a pitching change in the middle of an inning and a conference record.
Right.
What a
All in
unique
one
inning here at Fox Field.
Yeah.
And it's just the bottom of the 5th. I'm glad that I was here to witness it with you, Kyle.
I think that's a half inning you're going to remember for
Yeah.
a while. Really take it back to Ferrum's half of the 5th as Garcia will get a high hopper and throw across to retire Benjamin Thomas. Take it back to Ferrum's top of the 5th, which is interesting to me. They had 3 singles, but end up not scoring a run. You know, not that obviously that can happen. There was a double play in there with Zach Potts. Even you could have 3 singles and get the bases loaded and not score a run. But just that's back to what we said about the game is so unique, everything different. Here's first pitch swinging from Ozzie Torres. He'll lace one into the left field area. That will get picked up by Avery Neves, but a base hit.
Torres, one of 5 batters for Ferrum, hitting over 300. He's at 333. So every game, if you get 3 at-bats, he gets 1 hit a game. But, of course, that's not really how it works out because batting average not a predictive stat, something that I think a lot of people forget. Batting average is something that's already happened. Doesn't mean anything. Think about that Grayson Thurman quote.
Great quote.
From the News in Advance. Great story written by Emily Brown at the Lynchburg News in Advance. Neves talked about how numbers don't mean anything because it's just what's happened before you. You can be the first person to do something.
That was a really powerful statement there that I think got a lot of people's attention. Ground ball to Garcia. Underhand flip to Jones. Throws across. Another double play ball, and that ends the inning. A quick one. Potts surrenders a base hit, but the twin killing 6-4-3 will end the top of the sixth for Ferrum. Lynchburg leads 3-0.
Gavin Collins.
It's Bryce Thacker on the mound now for Ferrum. Seventh pitcher the Panthers have used. We are in the bottom of the sixth inning. Gavin Stone started it, but it's been a long line behind him, and now it's Bryce Thacker who enters with 31-plus innings pitched, a 6.61 career earned run average. Thacker's another guy that's been pretty busy in the last month or so. Tim, I believe this will be appearance number 5 for him in the last month. Gavin Collins is still up there hitting. He was in the batter's box to end the inning when Riley O'Donovan got picked off, but Collins will fly out to right field for out number 1 in the bottom of the sixth.
And that'll create a slightly bigger gap in the difference between Gavin Collins' batting average against lefties and righties. Coming into this at bat, Gavin Collins batting .282 against lefties, .272 against righties. So he really doesn't have too much of a platoon split. Hits both lefties and righties pretty well.
Lynchburg's a team, they can send a lot of lefties up there in the lineup. And one right here, Josh Jorman, who's been hit a couple times. So no official at-bats yet for Jorman, but 2 plate appearances. But that's a nice weapon for Lynchburg. Think about the guys that have been locked into the lineup, though. That's 3 righties, Avery Neves, Gavin Collins, and Carson Atkins. Everybody else is kind of interchangeable. They can get some different pieces in there. We know we're usually going to see at least a game of Holden Fiedler and Riley O'Donovan. They're both right-handers as well. But then there's a lot of lefties that can come up to face you. If you're an opponent taking on Lynchburg, that's not always an easy proposition for the other team. 0-2 count now on Jorman. Nearly got hit a third time.
And Jorman, he's crushing right-handed hitting right now, .367 batting average. And not that it necessarily matters, but he's batting .355 with the bases empty, so see how he fares with that. Set up for success here against a righty and with the bases empty.
Well, that's a fun conversation and a concept. Do you think that matters? to a hitter, or do you think it's all random? I mean, you always hear about some guys wanting to hit with runners on base, and the average goes up. That average that you mentioned is going up for Josh Jorman as he laces one by the second baseman. 1 for 1 officially after being hit twice. I mean, I think with runners on, theoretically, the infield could be a bit more open, as you'll have, for instance, the first baseman holding Jorman here. Second base should be at double play depth, so maybe a little more room to hit there.
And you might be pitched a little differently as well.
Exactly. No, I was going to touch on that. You feel like the pitcher should have a certain additional amount of pressure with runners on. Although that's debatable, though, because I'm sure that doesn't matter to some pitchers. They're just oblivious, especially those great pitchers. They don't care if there's runners on base or not. I feel like Zach Potts falls in that category. We've said he seems to pitch better with runners on base. But I don't know. I mean, you think maybe you get more amped up as a hitter with runners on, certainly runners in scoring position. I'm not saying you should. You should probably go up there with the same approach every at-bat, but I think maybe human nature to want to drive some guys in. Fiedler will not get enough of this, as that'll get handled by the second baseman, Ozzie Torres. And now there's 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, and that's the hard part about the statistics is how can you quantify that human element. Some of the people who are really into the advanced stats, and I tend to lean this way as well, every at-bat really is being taken in a vacuum anyway. You're not a better hitter with your skill set doesn't change when there's runners on base, and you have to look at every at-bat kind of void of the uncontrollable situational factors like runners on base, your base is empty. The batter doesn't control that. And, of course, I bet Carson Atkins wants to hit a home run every at-bat regardless if the bases are loaded like he's done already this year against EMU or if there's no one on base. As he flies out here to right field at the end of the inning. Never start a story with 2 outs, but I get to do what I want.
That's right. That's right. We can keep it here if you want to. But the inning is done. Lynchburg leads 3-0. It's the Kyle and Tim show. We'll pause for a moment. We'll catch our breath and find something else fun to talk about here as we'll get into the 7th inning from Fox Field in just a moment. Zach Potts back on the bump here for the 7th inning. He is undefeated at 7-0 this season so far. Zach Potts, he'll face Sean Baxter, Enrique Diaz, and Clayton Michael. It's 4-5-6 due up in the top of the 7th for Ferrum. Still a close ball game. You got to give the Panthers some credit here. We've been not chuckling, but you just sort of scratching our head at all the pitching changes. But you can't say it's been ineffective. I mean, they've held Lynchburg to 3 runs. And the Hornets have 5 base hits. For the most part, I'd say the pitching plan has worked so far. Now, the danger when you use up all these guys is what happens late in the game, I think. And really, the big problem is when you have to go to extra innings. I mean, that's what you'll see burn the major league teams when they were doing the left-handers for 1 batter and using 3 pitchers in an inning. But right now, Ferrum seems to be executing the game plan. Panthers still trail. Speaking of executing, Zach Potts strikes out his 7th of the game. And Zach Potts will have to get off the mound and play defense again. Underhanded to first. Got the out. How about Potts fielding the position today, Tim? He had the double play that he started. Came off the mound to field that bunt. And then right there, scrambling over to the first baseline. Zach Potts, a true all-around athlete out there.
Yeah, once that ball leaves your hand, you're just as much of a fielder as the other 8 guys there out on the field. So he wants those outs probably more than anybody else, though. So, of course, he's going to bust it down to the foul line to get that ball and make a nice play, turning 180 degrees to fire out the base runner there. But I think something important, kind of the opposite of Ferrum is that Lynchburg only had to use one arm. This is the 5th game that Potts has gone into the 7th inning, and I would expect him to pitch in the 8th inning as well. We'll see after Lynchburg bats in the bottom of the 7th, who's coming back out there for Lynchburg.
Bottom 7 here at Fox Field. It's Cam Lane up to hit. 4th plate appearance. He's another guy that's been hit. Talk about all-time records, Tim. Cam Lane has one there. He has been hit more times than any player in the University of Lynchburg history. And it's another one that the career continues for Cam Lane, so he might get plunked a few more times. We'll see. It would shock me if he didn't get hit a few more times as the season goes on. Lane he hugs the inside part of that batter's box. I mean, the front foot there is on the inside line. So he'll look at a strike. It is 0-2 on Mr. Lane. Nobody out. He leads off in the bottom of the 7th. We continue talking about pitching and Zach Potts and bullpen use. Exact opposite for these two teams there. There's a strikeout. Bryce Thacker is still on for Ferrum, and he has K'd Cam Lane. 4th time Lynchburg has struck out today.
That's something Lynchburg's done a good job with this year. Last year, the strikeout was a little bit of an issue for the batters, and I think that number has gone down a lot. You got to give credit to Oscar Garcia, hitting coach there for the Hornets, and that's something that he focused on. Talked to me about, we just got to get these guys to stop striking out. And that number has gone down a little bit this season, which has been good for the Hornets. And 4 losses, a ton of runs. The team is batting over 300 as a unit, which is a really impressive feat to be accomplishing, especially when you're rolling out more than just a normal 9-guy starting lineup. There's 15, 16 guys that have been getting normal playing time. Just about all of them are above that 300 batting average mark.
Lynchburg as a team, the team concept batting-wise is just incredible. And then you get individuals. That's the other thing about those different combinations. You said 14, 15 guys they can throw out there. They all bring their own thing to hitting, and we're seeing that. We see that every game we do down here at Fox Field. But you got a 9-hole hitter like Carson Atkins who's hitting homers and doubles. You got freshmen like this guy, Brandon Garcia. You got talent from both sides of the plate. We've already discussed the left-handed hitting options that Lynchburg can bring at you. It's formidable all the way, and I think they really do value that offensive team concept as well. Ground ball by Garcia. Ate up the second baseman. Torres will get rid of it quickly, though, and still time to make the out number 2. It will bring up Avery Neves. 1 for 2 with a walk.
Now at
and he is now tied for the all-time ODAC record in walks. Is that right? Looking for one more to break the record.
117 is on the horizon here. He's got 116 walks right now.
Let's see about the approach from Bryce Thacker here. See if they're pitching around Avery Neves or if they decide to come right at him. It's a breaking ball to start. Over for a strike. 0-1 count. As we iron out some technical issues that our fans may not even know exist. That's how seamless things work at the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. We can have a technical issue, nobody even knows it.
Except for when I'm the one who has to fix it.
I was going to let you go there if you wanted to. Neves will swing on that, hit to the third baseman, clanged off the shin, and now we'll get the official scoring discussion here about whether it was a hit or an error.
I've had to really loosen up my hit or error rulings here, and I'm going with a hit on this one. Of course, Inskeep is the one making the ruling there, but I think with that wasn't your routine play with the third baseman going to his glove side. It was scalded off the bat of Avery Neves too, so you have to consider how hard the ball was hit too. So subjective, but I've come to a point where if I have to think about it a little bit, it's probably going to be a hit.
Hit number 32 on the season for Avery Neves. He is aboard. It was ripped. That's kind of the status quo for Avery Neves when it leaves his bat. See if Neves is thinking about running again. He's got 2 stolen bases in the game, Tim. Did get thrown out in that strange inning. Was that last inning? Yeah. It was the bottom of the 6th that we had the weird inning, right? No, it was the bottom of the 5th that we had the weird inning.
Because we had to run score on a balk.
Right. And that's why a good broadcaster would keep score. You could just look down there and refer to that. And I am, but still.
I was going to say, you are keeping
score. You have to be able to read your own handwriting.
What does that mean?
Yeah. you have to be able to read your own handwriting.
You keep score in a very odd way.
Oh, yeah. I'll teach you sometime.
You don't go inning by inning.
No, I don't like the inning by inning.
You're going right down the line.
It looks right down the line, and then I draw a line right there.
It looks like.
Yeah. Should we swing a camera around?
We could show this.
Well, let's give Ben Jones a spotlight. We'll wait for a blowout kind of a game.
We'll have to work at that a little bit to show something like that.
But
it looks like Lynchburg bats around in every inning.
Well, that's why I got my system. Unfortunately, Lynchburg is not batted around in this inning for Hornets fans. Fortunately for Panther fans, Ferrum still hanging around. They trail by 3, running out of chances here as we head to the top of the 8th inning at Fox Field. It's an Easter weekend here, and we're having so much fun up in the press box. And the Hornets are having some fun down on the diamond, specifically this man, Zach Potts. He's ahead 0-1 again, pitching into the 8th inning. This is what Potts wanted. He's got the shutout going. He's scattered 5 hits. But Zach Potts appears to be in complete command right now. And the pitch count's actually pretty low, Tim. We were looking at that. So right now, I think if you're Zach Potts, anything less than the complete game would feel a little bit like a disappointment. I know we're in the 8th inning. There's 6 outs to get. But again, for a high achiever like Zach Potts, he wants the complete game. Clearly, he has his thoughts on that, I would think. He's got a 1-2 count now on Grayson Chitwood. And now Zach Potts has got strikeout number 8 of the afternoon.
And he's looking for something he hasn't done since his sophomore season. A really successful year for Potts. He had 2 complete games. One of them was the shutout variety. So he's looking for his second career complete game shutout, which has become a feat almost as impressive as something like a no-hitter. It's not exactly there yet, but the rarity has definitely increased to see a pitcher, especially in the college level, go all 9 innings and not allow a run.
Exactly. Yeah, in college, I mean, metal bats here. Potts is going to get another out, soft contact, airborne to Brandon Garcia. That's one of the things that Potts has done so well his entire career, and he's doing it today. He's getting early in the count swings. Ferrum knows Zach Potts is going to come after you. They know he's going to be around the plate. They know he's looking to get strike 1 across. So the Panthers are swinging early, as they should be probably. But unfortunately, when you don't get hits, you start swinging early. Now all of a sudden that starting pitcher's pitch count is down, and he's going long in the game like Zach Potts has today.
It's hard to work a count against Potts. You know, he's living on the edges of the strike zone. So if you're going to decide to try to work a count, you're probably just going to find yourself in a 0-2 hole. And then you're up there swinging, choked up on the bat. And so you really just have to go up there attacking. And Potts is just getting a lot of quick outs. And even his strikeouts, you know, minimum of 3 pitches, he's still doing it with 1 or no balls.
Not a lot of long counts. Going to get another strikeout right there to end the inning. 9 Ks for Zach Potts. Yeah, strutting off the field. Zach Potts feeling good. His ball club leads 3-0 as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning at Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. Get another look at Zach Potts. 9 strikeouts on the day. There's the slider. He's doing it with a variety of pitches. That was the 2-seamer back in. Oh, we get a shot. Carson Atkins in there. Here comes Zach Potts again. Slider. Just a wipeout slider, Tim, that I just don't think a lot of hitters, you can recognize it out of his hand. It's got that fastball release. It's got tight action. You go to swing, and by the time the bat's off your shoulder, it's almost too late because that ball's moving out of the zone. You can even call it a cutter sometimes, and you know, that's another one where you talk about the definition of between a cutter and a slider. I don't know that it matters for Zach Potts. Right now, it's basically unhittable.
What are they calling that pitch right now? The slider cutter pitch?
Well, there's a couple of different names for that one. Are you just trying to get me here?
No, I'm actually.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, you've got
I saw it online
a
the other
slurve
day.
is the curve between the split between the curve and the slider. Yeah, there was a graphic being shown as I think some people giving it a different name that we're grasping for right now. Let's give it another name for Zach Potts. Let's call
slider and a cutter?
Let's call his pitch something.
Isn't that just a cut fastball? No.
Yeah.
No.
I think the cutter, the implication is that it's going to be a similar velocity as your fastball, maybe a little bit slower, whereas the slider is going to be 4 or 5 miles an hour slower. And the slider, again, it's a different action from a curveball. It's basically a fastball release with just a little bit of a twist at the end there. Some people say it's like you're turning a doorknob. That's how you get the action. Turn it that way. Whereas a curveball, it's more overhand and almost a karate chop to where you get the side of the hand that's facing the hitter. Even the back of the hand sometimes when a guy really torques a curveball out. There's a fastball in for a strike for the 8th pitcher of the game for Ferrum. It's Wyatt Chafin. Wyatt Chafin is on for the Panthers. He's another one that's been pitching a lot, Tim. 11th appearance of the season. And he's got the best ERA in the ball club at 1.35. So that makes some sense, saving some of the, I don't want to say better because that might imply that the first 7 guys weren't as good, but saving some guys that have the better numbers, we'll say, towards the back half of the game. Last few innings, Wyatt Chafin is on. He's only given up 9 hits this season, only 2 earned runs so far surrendered for Wyatt Chafin in 13-plus innings. And the ERA sub-2.
And head coach Ryan Brittle probably trying to go head-for-head with Lynchburg's bullpen and, match the intensity out of the bullpen there. The only problem is Lynchburg hasn't had to use the bullpen today because Potts has just been so shut down and electric. Allowed the 5 hits, but really just nothing else. What helps a lot, too, with that low pitch count for Potts has been, is that ball's going to go foul? Good, I didn't want to interrupt a home run call for you. A lot of double plays, 3 double plays on the day have helped those quick innings. And also, even with 5 hits, really shut down the Panthers and not let a rally get started. 3
of them were in the 1 inning there for Ferrum. That was in the 5th inning. But there was a double play in there. Zach Potts under 80 pitches as Riley O'Donovan will missile another one foul. Lynchburg pitchers, the starters have gone long into some games. Lynchburg's had a lot of games, obviously. All college teams do. But they only used 2 against Randolph-Macon Wednesday. Zach Potts seems to go long in every game. We've seen Josh Jorman pitch deep into some key games. Wesley Arrington last weekend. Wow, how about that performance from Wes Arrington?
Not even on the weekend. He pitched really well against the Tigers in the middle of the week, too, against Hampton-Sydney. Gave him, Player of the Week honors, Pitcher of the Week honors from the ODAC.
Chafin misses upstairs, and that's a walk. Riley O'Donovan is on for the 2nd time today. He doubled in his previous at-bat. And here's Gavin Collins, who is 0 for 3. Pinch runner coming on for Lynchburg.
Eddie Gimbel's going to go out there and pinch run. He's not your typical pinch runner, however. Maybe usually you see someone like Ethan Smith go out there to pinch run. You got Ty Gravitt, speedy guy as well. But we'll see Eddie Gimbel out there. Tall frame, 6'2". So we'll see what kind of speed he has, and we'll see if there's any intention to have him steal a bag here.
You think you got some offensive options in play here. I was going to mention the sacrifice bunt being one of them. Collins will get it down the line successfully and pretty close there at first. As Collins was on the move, the pitcher Chafin got off nicely to field it. I almost thought Chafin was going to try to tag Collins, but instead went with the flip. And now there is a runner in scoring position for Josh Jorman. 1 for 1. He's been hit a couple times. As Lynchburg looks to add some insurance. So you see the importance of that run, at least in Coach Lucas Jones' mind. Lynchburg leading 3-0. Potts would love a bit of insurance, I'm sure. And I'm assuming we'll see Zach Potts go out there in the top of the 9th. I don't think that's, you're thinking the same way, aren't you?
Of course.
Yeah, under 80 pitches right now for Zach Potts. It would kind of be a little shocking if we did not see him go back out for the 9th inning. There's Chafin. 1-1 count on Jorman. Holden Fiedler is up next, 1 for 3. Carson Atkins is 1 for 3 in the 9-hole. See if Lynchburg can get to him or not. Breaking ball across from Wyatt Chafin, missed upstairs, 2-1. Ferrum infield is regular depth on the right side. Left side's in a little closer, and you got the shortstop kicking Gimbel at second there, trying to keep him around the bag. Third baseman's even with the bag and off the line at third. Outfield medium deep. Straight away on Josh Jorman. 1 for 1. Hitting with a 3-1 count here on Wyatt Chafin. Swing and miss there from Jorman. Full count delivery coming up. Josh Jorman came into the game hitting .357 on the season. Walked 9 times and only struck out 5. Be a big one if Chafin could get him, and he does. 6th strikeout of the season right there. Huge spot for Wyatt Chafin to erase Josh Jormund. And now there's 2 down with Holden Fiedler walking into the batter's box and a runner in scoring position. Uh-oh. Might be all for Wyatt Chafin as we'll see another visit from Ryan Brittle, the coach here for Ferrum. 2 outs. Ryan Brittle was a good player at both Ferrum and Virginia Tech, Tim, back in the 90s. Just the 3rd coach in Ferrum history. And at some point, perhaps as the day goes on, we can discuss all the great players that have come through Ferrum history. There's some big names that I'm sure most of our fans would know and perhaps already know.
Major league player in there.
Yeah, a couple of them. The big one is Billy Wagner,
there you
of course. Yeah, the big one. How Billy Wagner is not a Hall of Famer is just beyond me as a baseball fan. And Billy Wagner, here's the tie-in. The man on deck, Carson Atkins, actually played high school baseball for Billy Wagner. You knew it at the Miller School in Charlottesville. But, yeah, a couple others from Ferrum as well. Eric Owens was the other big one from Ferrum and somewhat local. Went to Tunstall High School, but then ended up having a pretty decent little major league career as Holden Fiedler will swing on the first pitch. So Wyatt Chafin's still out there. I think the visit was maybe just a little mini scouting report on Holden Fiedler here and probably a reminder that, hey, we got a base open, so don't feel like you have to come right down Main Street, work around the edges perhaps, and if you walk Fiedler, then we'll pitch to Carson Atkins. At least that's the conventional thinking anyway. In the dirt, this one will get by Funk. He doesn't see it. Eddie Gimbel just to third, though. No chance at advancing all the way home. But the runner is 90 feet closer for Lynchburg. 1-1 count for Holden Fiedler. Fiedler's driven in 71 in his career, 10 this season, Tim. This would be a big one here.
Especially since we've seen Ferrum, get 3 base runners on in 1 inning. Not to, keep bringing up the 5th inning for Ferrum, but they have the ability to, put together a little rally here. And if they're able to get out of this inning, without allowing another Lynchburg run, then it's right there for the taking for Ferrum for a nice little comeback road victory.
Fiedler swings on it. Tough play in right center, but ended up getting easier as Galambe made his way over there with speed and pretty comfortable in the end for the grab to end the bottom of the 8th. Zach Potts going for the complete game. Lynchburg leads 3-0. Don't miss the conclusion. It's coming up next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Zach Potts has struck out 9. He's looking for win number 8 on the season. He takes a 3-0 lead into the top of the 9th. He'll face the leadoff. Benjamin Thomas, Ozzie Torres, and Elijah Bird due up here. 1-2-3. So we've got some defensive changes for Lynchburg. Ryan Long at second. Jackson Harding is in right field. So a little defensive substitution there for Coach Lucas Jones. Zach Potts is ahead 0-1. This Ferrum offense is capable. I mean, you touched on it a little bit. They're scoring over 10 per game in their last 5. They're going to be down to their last 2 outs here, though, as it's another early count swinging. Benjamin Thomas bounces out to the new man, Ryan Long. 4-3 in the books. And there's one away. Ozzy Torres, the second baseman for Ferrum, will try to keep the game going. Yeah, Zach Potts, the cutter, slider, whatever you want to call it, pitch that moves away from the right-hander, has been very good today. He's got great movement on that two-seam fastball as well. I mean, the action, you can really see it. We get some great shots of it. Potts misses that time. He'll pitch with the changeup as well. Honestly, it really has kind of just needed fastball slider today. That one out of the zone. A rare 2-ball count here for Zach Potts. Haven't seen many of these today. 2-0 to Ozzy Torres with 1 out.
Potts looking to become the first pitcher to throw a complete game for Lynchburg since 2021. It was Kinston Carson. He actually only pitched 8 innings. He took a loss against Shenandoah. Carson did in a complete game. So Potts looking to become the first pitcher to throw a shutout or a complete game in a win, since he did it himself early on in his 2021 campaign. So if I said Kinston Carson threw a shutout, he didn't. He had a complete game, though. And he's the last Lynchburg pitcher in 2021 to go the distance, even though it only was 8 innings.
Pretty impressive. Just getting out there for 1 inning is impressive to me, as good as these offenses are. But now it's full count. Potts misses there. Ball will kick away from Holden Fiedler. So it is a walk, and it is the first walk of the ball game for Zach Potts. He surrendered 5 hits. This will be the 6th base runner for Ferrum. Potts has struck out 9 and only walked 1. He's got Elijah Bird up from Tunstall High School, the same place that Eric Owens, the guy I mentioned, who went to Ferrum and played in the Bigs. So there's another connection for you. The important thing right now for Elijah Bird is keep the game going, get on base somehow. Zach Potts misses again. So a rare moment in the day where Zach Potts has not been over the plate. 1-0 count on Elijah Bird. Also a ball upstairs. Fiedler's going to have a chat, and I like this.
Yep.
I mean, Potts has been great all day, so the fact that he walks a batter and then falls behind 2-0, I think Fiedler senses, hey, let me go talk to my guy here a little bit, calm him down. Obviously, Potts is amped up. I mean, I think that's part of it, don't you?
I think he's maybe pitching with a little bit more passion right now, and that's got to be what Holden is telling him. You pitched great for the first 8 innings. Just do that a couple more times. You even got the first out of this inning. Just dial back in, pitch like you were in the first 8 frames, and we'll get out of here with a little bit of history.
It makes sense, though, if you're Zach Potts. I mean, you want to sprint to that finish line, right? You don't want to just continue jogging. But right now, Potts has been outstanding, and he's looking to finish it off. Does get across for a strike there. 2-1 the count. Bird has struck out twice, grounded into a 6-4-3 double play. Actually, a ball he hit pretty sharply, swing and miss there. 2-2. Yeah, great mound visit from Fiedler. It's nice when it pays off right away, too, when your guy comes back with back-to-back strikes. Sometimes that's, what do you call that, confirmation bias maybe? But either way, it's working for Lynchburg and Potts. Bird will barely stay alive there. He hit that one out of Fiedler's glove to foul it off. 2-2 with 1 out.
I think we're going to see the Hornets rush the mound if Potts gets the shutout. I'm being serious. I think that's a toss-up, but I think it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah. Maybe not rush, but more than just a walk to the mound. Yeah, I think you'll see some guys burst out of that dugout.
Okay.
Rush the mound. I don't know about rush. Let's find out, though. I hope we get to find. Fiedler just kind of whiffed on that one. Might have got crossed up on the signals, maybe. It is going to be ball 4, so it's back-to-back walks for Zach Potts. Potts, I think I used that phrase, wanted to sprint through the finish line. He probably wanted to get a couple strikeouts. Zach Potts' day may not be coming to an end. Let's find out here. We've got activity in the Lynchburg bullpen. Arrington is getting loose. So is Jack Batchmore. So options are available as associate head coach Travis Beasley goes out and now has a chat with Zach Potts. 1 out. The other thing is we're talking about Potts trying to put the cherry on top and all these other things. Lynchburg wants to win the game. I mean, that's goal one, first and foremost. You got to do the things that are going to allow your team to win the game. So, yeah, we want to see the complete game, and Coach Beasley will leave Potts in. But you got to win the ball game. There's one out. Sean Baxter is the hitter for Ferrum.
And Baxter represents the game-tying run. This is exactly something we were talking about. Ferrum has the chance to put a rally together. They got 3 hits in one inning. Haven't had to get a hit yet. It's been 2 walks to get yourself on base. And you have a pinch runner on first base in Jaden Johnson coming out of Houston, Texas. Previously played at Texas A&M International.
So maybe some extra speed at first base
Yep.
for Ferrum. 0-1 the count. Potts got ahead there. Good to see. Stay within yourself is a phrase that coaches will use a lot. Probably pretty applicable here for Zach Potts. He will get a swing and miss strike. 0-2. It's easy to say those phrases and those cliches. It's harder to execute when you're out there on the mound and keep the excitement in check long enough. You got to have some excitement. I think you got to pitch with somewhat of an edge. I think Zach Potts is pretty even keel, but he can get fired up from time to time. It's interesting, that intensity meter in pitchers. Closers, they usually fall around the 8 or a 9 or a 10 on the scale of 1 to 10. Starters are usually somewhere around 5 or even a little bit lower. Some exceptions there, though. Max Scherzer comes to mind. He's a madman out there all game long. He's like an 11 or a 12 on that 10-point scale. But Potts has got an 0-2 count.
I'd like to see Potts miss with one here. Baxter's in swing mode right now, and he can just kind of toss the bat out and make something magic happen. I think Potts needs to put something out of the zone.
You called it, and they got it. Strikeout, swinging, K number 10 for Zach Potts. Yeah, you read that one perfectly there, Tim.
Now at bat number
Baxter was
52,
swinging.
Diaz.
Go with the wipeout slider outside. It may have even just been a fastball out there, but it was a perfect location. You asked for it. All right, how about the first pitch here? What are we going with? Keep it going.
You're going to get a
two-seam fastball right
yeah,
down the
you're getting
middle
a
at the
fast-
knees?
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
There it was. Swung on, hit to center. Atkins is there. Complete game. Hands in the air for Zach Potts. He gets his 8th win of the season, goes the distance. 3-0. Hornets on top over the Panthers. Lynchburg still undefeated at home. They moved to 21-4 on the season. Ferrum falls to 9-18. We'll take a little breather here and get set for game 2 of the doubleheader. We hope you'll stick around and watch all the action on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Lynchburg takes game number 1 against Ferrum. Hornets win at 3-0. They stay undefeated at Fox Field, and Zach Potts undefeated on the season at 8-0. The Lynchburg Hornets take game 1 against the Ferrum Panthers. Lynchburg still undefeated at home. Fox Field 13-0 for Lynchburg, and Zach Potts undefeated on the season at 8-0. He struck out 10 Panthers, went the distance. Complete game for Zach Potts. He got the offensive support from Carson Atkins. A 2 RBI double for Atkins. His bat remains hot, and the Hornets stay hot at home. There's the swing and drive from Atkins. Drives in 2. Lynchburg wins it 3-0. And game 2 of the doubleheader coming up shortly on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. The Lynchburg Hornets get a key victory in an ODAC matchup against Ferrum. Lynchburg stays undefeated at home, 13-0. Zach Potts on the mound. He's undefeated on the season at 8-0. He struck out in 10. He was in complete command, went the distance. Complete game victory for Zach Potts. Got offensive support from Carson Atkins, banging this double off the wall to drive in 2. Lynchburg ends up winning 3-0, 21st victory on the season for the Hornets. We're set for game 2 here at Fox Field between Ferrum and Lynchburg. Lynchburg takes the opener 3-0. It was a complete game from Zach Potts. He struck out 10, wheeling and dealing out there was Mr. Potts. Win number 8 on the season. He has been perfect in 8 starts. Lynchburg has been perfect at home, 13-0 at Fox Field. And, of course, every time they tee it up and play a ball game here, you put that record on the line. Ferrum will try again. Panthers now 9-18 on the season after the loss earlier today. 3-9 in the ODAC. Ferrum 3-8 on the road. Lynchburg 21-4. Another key ODAC victory that moves them to 10-2 in conference. And we get to see another outstanding arm for Lynchburg. It's Wes Arrington on the mound. Senior from Keswick, 3.77 earned run average. Got 2 wins in the week last week, and he was on the all-conference team for the week. It was 7 innings against Eastern Mennonite, struck out 11 and gave up 1 hit, walked 1, hit a couple batters. A few days prior to that, he went 5 against Hampton Sydney, struck out 6 and only allowed 3 hits there. So 2 wins in 2 starts last week for Wes Arrington. He, like Zach Potts, is undefeated on the mound this season. Arrington is 3-0. He's pitched in 8, started 5. So this will be start number 6 for Arrington. Closing in on 30 innings this season. He has been very dependable. Was kind of that midweek starter guy for a while, but he has transitioned into this weekend role. And Lynchburg really with 4 legit aces that you can talk about. Zach Potts, obviously. We saw him in game 1 doing outstanding things. But you got Nick Matfield, who's a little banged up right now. He was 9-1 and was the ODAC Rookie of the Year last year. Then you add Brandon Pond to the equation, who was the ODAC Pitcher of the Year in 2021. Injured for most of last season, but he is back in the mix. And then Wes Arrington, who has outstanding stuff and seems to be gaining more and more confidence as the season goes on. If you watched game 1, you're going to see some similarities between the pitch selection from Zach Potts for Lynchburg and Wes Arrington. They both throw the hard slider. I mean, Arrington's slider clocks in the upper 80s, and that's just really tough to hit. We saw that against EMU. Leadoff hitter is Benjamin Thomas for Ferrum. He led off game 1. The lineup, check swing there. I think he did, yeah. Umpire at first agrees, and there's strikeout number 1 for Wes Arrington. Ozzie Torres, the second baseman, steps in now. It'll be Thomas, Torres, and then Elijah Bird, Sean Baxter, Enrique Diaz, Clayton Michael, Grayson Chitwood. First 7 hitters the same for Ferrum. Then Justin Brady jumps in there, and Russell Galambe is the number 9 hitter for the Panthers in game 2. Wesley Arrington, number 45, deals strike 1 in the second at bat. His battery mate is Sean Pokerock. Sean Pokerock catching in game 2. And then around the diamond, it's still Gavin Collins and Brandon Garcia on the left side for Lynchburg, third and short. Second baseman is Ben Jones again. Eric Hyatt will play first in game 2. And then the outfield, one change there. Right field, it's Logan Webster that will be starting. Cam Lane played right and led off the first game for Lynchburg. So some changes in the lineup. You still have Carson Atkins in center and Avery Neves in left. But the additions in the lineup this time for Lynchburg, Eric Hyatt, Sean Pokerock, and you got Riley O'Donovan DHing again. Logan Webster also the one new starter there for Lynchburg. Swing and a miss, and just like that, Wes Arrington has 2 Ks. 2 up and 2 down. Here comes Elijah Bird, the freshman left-handed hitting catcher this game designated hitter, I'm sorry. Elijah Bird is also a catcher, but I think still DHing in this game. But we'll double-check that. We're still trying to get all of our paperwork in order. 2 gone, you see Arrington. That's different from Potts. Arrington pitches from the stretch the entire time, even with nobody on base. Arrington from that set position. And he's got that shorter arm action that we've talked about. You can watch it, great angle here from center field camera, which is functioning again. That ball never really gets below his belt there, Wes Arrington. Sort of an infielder, almost catcher arm action. And he's got that buggy whip kind of release, high velocity. Great stuff. 0-2 pitch, got another strikeout. Pokerock has to grab it, throws down to first. Bobbled there. So it's going to be an error. It will still go in the books as a strikeout for Wes Arrington. He's K'd 3, but a runner on board because of the error. And now Wes Arrington has a chance for the statistical oddity of possibly striking out 4 in an inning. That's in play here. So the stat heads, like myself, will love that, but the coaching staff doesn't love it. I think Wes Arrington would prefer to be back in the dugout right now, but if he does strike out a 4th, that'll be a nice little feather in the cap, I suppose. Strike 1 on Sean Baxter, the left fielder for Ferrum. Baxter, swing and miss. Didn't look close to that one. 0-2 now. Already seeing Arrington getting ahead of hitters, just attacking the zone, going right after people. There's another one. It is 4 Ks in the inning for Wesley Arrington. How about that? Top of the first is done. 1 left on for Ferrum. No hits. 1 Lynchburg error here at Fox Field on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Four strikeouts in the top of the first inning for Lynchburg's Wesley Arrington. We go to the bottom half of the opening frame. Ferrum will start Tyler Smith. This will be start number 7 of the season for Smith. He enters with a 5.29 earned run average, 11 strikeouts to only 8 walks. And the pitching plan for the first game for Ferrum was to use a lot of different arms. We saw 8 different pitchers for Ferrum in game 1, but it sounds like that game 2, the Panthers are going to go with 2 or 3 pitchers. At least that is plan A anyway. Adjustable, I'm sure. It seems like everybody from game 1 would theoretically be available for Ferrum. Nobody for the Panthers threw more than 2 innings. In fact, most of the pitchers only threw 1. But Tyler Smith gets the ball to begin game 2. Ferrum is looking for win number 10 on the season. Panthers were 15-25 last year. Last winning season was back in 2020. That was the COVID shutdown year. Ferrum was 11-5 before everybody got stopped. Last full winning season, go back to 2019 for the Panthers, 22-18 there. 0-1 the count on the leadoff man, Brandon Garcia. He's hit in this leadoff spot some this season. Been in the 2-hole quite a bit lately, Mr. Garcia. But now at the top of the order again with a 1-1 count facing Tyler Smith. Garcia, the freshman from Durham. He'll swing on this one, lifted into right field. A little bit of a slip out there, but pulled in. We saw Lynchburg's Cam Lane slip in right field, as we did get quite a bit of rain yesterday and even Thursday night yesterday and then early overnight in Central Virginia. But the field is very playable. Fox Field's interesting. It sits in kind of a natural drainage pattern here. We're under the rest of campus. We're lower than the rest of campus. So everything wants to kind of run downhill to the lake. So Fox Field generally soaks up a lot of water. But considering all that, it is very playable today and in very good shape. You see the green grass on your screen as Eric Hyatt will swing on the first pitch and ground it to the second baseman. Avery Neves steps up. He is tied now for the all-time conference lead in walks. All-time ODAC walk lead. He'll need one more to break that. He walked one time in the first game. He singled twice. So it ends up being a 2-for-3 day for Avery Neves. 1-0 count after the first delivery from Smith. That one nearly hit Neves, and now it's 2-0. Avery Neves, for record fans, has walked 22 times this season. He's been hit 6 times. That one came close. He'll swing at that. Ground ball to the third baseman, mishandled. Neves is going to be on. Probably E5, but we'll wait for an official ruling. We're getting the nod. It is an error. It hit the third baseman's glove and popped out. So Neves is aboard for the first time today. And Riley O'Donovan, who had a double in Game 1. Typically in these weekend doubleheaders, O'Donovan has been getting the start in one game, but this time he's in the lineup for both games, and he's right there in the middle of it. Cleanup today, or Game 2 anyway, hitting cleanup for Riley O'Donovan. There's a frisbee breaking ball that started at the front shoulder for O'Donovan and came across for a strike. 0-1 is the count. 2 gone, bottom 1. Still no score between Ferrum and Lynchburg. Lynchburg won the first game 3-0. Ball got away from the first baseman just for a brief second, but not far enough for Neves to advance. Lynchburg lost Wednesday to Randolph-Macon. That snapped a 7-game winning streak. But now with the victory in the previous game today, it's 13 out of the last 15 victories for Lynchburg. So 13-2 in their last 15 games. The 2 losses in there, Randolph-Macon, and then 1 to Roanoke as well. That's how you get that 10-2 ODAC record for Lynchburg. 4 losses on the season. 1 other one to Christopher Newport, and then a loss to Piedmont back in the opening weekend of the year. 0-2 count on Riley O'Donovan. Another breaking ball, got a piece of that. Might stay fair. Nope, drips foul. And O'Donovan will come back to the batter's box and try it again. Steady diet of breaking balls there from Tyler Smith. Throws it from that low 3/4 angle. Could probably even describe it as sidearm there for number 33, Tyler Smith. Smith went 3 innings against Bridgewater a week ago. And he gave up 3 hits, 1 earned run. Didn't walk anybody. He'll send Neves back to the bag on a dive. Avery Neves stole 2 bases in Game 1. He was thrown out trying to steal for the first time this season. Neves had been a perfect 14 for 14 before he got nipped at second. Different catcher. That was Nick Funk that threw out Neves at second. Neves will run here. O'Donovan swinging over the second baseman's head in front of the center fielder, and great base running from Avery Neves. Never broke stride coming around second. Excellent stuff there from Neves. If there's less than 2 outs, that becomes a more difficult read because Neves, you got to make sure the center fielder's not going to catch that. But the fact that he didn't even hesitate, knowing he could beat the center fielder's throw to third, was pretty impressive. So there's 2 on with 2 outs. First hit of the game comes from the bat of Riley O'Donovan. Designated hitter is on. It's runners at the corners for Ben Jones, the second baseman. For Lynchburg, the freshman second baseman. 1/2 of that combo from Jordan High School in Durham, North Carolina. 1/2 of the middle infield combo, he and Brandon Garcia. High school teammates, both doing great things for Lynchburg in their first year. Swing and a miss there from Ben Jones. Looked like he was on that. More of that off-speed stuff from Tyler Smith. Pretty effective. 0-2 the count. Catcher's going to come out and change the first to third coverage, or at least give some signals anyway. Always important to know how you're going to defend that double steal. Riley O'Donovan, not exactly a base-running threat at first base, but 0-2 count with 2 outs. Coach Lucas Jones might put him in motion. He does. Takes off. And it's defensive indifference there, as O'Donovan, I think, kind of stopped before he got to second. Wanted to initiate maybe a throw or something. He'll tip the cap to the dugout as he gets a little mock applause and cheer. 1-2 count. It was a fastball way outside. Jones will swing on this one, sends it into right. Did he catch it? There's the signal from the umpire. It was a long look from the umpire. I think he wanted to make sure the right fielder had it in the glove. Base runner will stay at first. Ben Jones is trying to say that that ball hit the ground. I think the umpires are going to get together and talk about it. So let's hang out here for a moment. Maybe it's just an explanation coming up from Lucas Jones, although I don't know how much of an explanation you need. You're just either going to say, hey, he caught it or he didn't catch it. Ferrum's defense is in the dugout right now. I think the inning is going to come to an end. I don't know that Coach Jones is going to get this one overturned as we get a nice look and sort of a half smile on Coach Jones's face. I think he's asking, can you ask some of the other crew members what they saw as far as the catch goes? And now the umpires will get together and talk about it. If it's the call stands or the umpires say, well, we didn't have a better look than you did, then it'll be inning over with no runs on the board. If they overturn it, it'll be 2 runs scored. Lynchburg will be leading 2-0 with 2 outs and Gavin Collins up. And Collins is waiting on the dirt at home plate. He seems to maybe think this is going to get overturned. Gabe Garcia is the first base coach for Lynchburg, and he gave pretty early indications that he thought the ball hit the ground first in right field. But the trio of umpires talking it over right now, it's a long conversation. This, again, makes me think it's going to be overturned. Anytime the umpires have to talk about it for a long time, nope, they do confirm it. There's the out signal. So what do I know? It's a 0-0 ball game. We're through 1 complete at Fox Field on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. So it was Benjamin Thomas that made an outstanding grab to end the bottom half of the first inning. It was a sinking line drive from Ben Jones that Lynchburg clearly thought hit the ground first, but the umpire gives Ferrum the out. It was a really good play from Benjamin Thomas. Here's a swing first pitch by Enrique Diaz. Carson Atkins gets the tent set up, camped under it for the out. And there's 1 gone. So it's the first non-strikeout out for Wes Arrington, but very efficient. If you're a pitcher, you love to strike guys out like Arrington does, but I think you'll take 1 pitch, 1 out anytime as well. That is just fine. Clayton Michael, the shortstop, hitting in the same spot as the previous game. And Elijah Bird is the catcher for Ferrum in this game. He DH'd in the first one, but now catching in this. Nick Funk is out. Justin Brady is in, playing left field. So basically the same lineup for Ferrum. And it's an 0-2 count on Clayton Michael. Just barely got that one off the end of the bat. Arrington over to cover. Soft toss. Easy out. 2 in the books in the top of the second. The PFP play, which coaches and players love to mention, fans. If you've never heard that at a ball game, anytime a pitcher has to get over there and cover, you'll hear the other pitchers from the bullpen just yell out PFP, and it stands for Pitchers Fielding Practice. It's a great one, and it's one that the pitchers have to do a lot at every level. Even in the bigs, they're running those PFP drills before games. Yeah, if you're the starter that day, you'll get excused from that. You don't need to show up for the PFP, but even in the big leagues, you'll see the bullpen guys and even some of the starters out there running those PFP drills before a game, before batting practice. You get to a major league game at 3 or 4 o'clock, and you'll see them out there. And there's the other permutations as well, the bunt coverages and those things. Pitchers are athletes too. Wes Arrington fell behind the first baseman, Grayson Chitwood. And it's not just for the pitchers. There is some skill that you need as the first baseman to make those plays as well and deliver those feeds to a target on the move. That one will get by the diving Gavin Collins, and Brandon Garcia slid into it but was unable to handle it clean. And we'll wait for another official ruling. We're calling it a hit. So it's the first hit of the game for Ferrum. Justin Brady, the new man in the lineup, did not play or hit in the first game. Steps in there to face Wes Arrington. Inside at the knees for strike one. Arrington's got that wipeout slider, but the fastball pretty good as well. In the upper 80s with that. Ooh, self-defense there from Arrington. He snares it, and then he'll go underhanded over to first. So the inning is done, and the shutout is still intact, but the no-hitter is gone. It's one hit from Grayson Chitwood. Ferrum leaves one on. No Lynchburg errors, no runs. We head to the bottom of the second at Fox Field in Lynchburg. Due up for Lynchburg, it'll be Gavin Collins, Sean Pokerock, Logan Webster. 6, 7, 8 for Lynchburg, slated to appear here in the bottom of the second, facing Tyler Smith. We saw so many pitching changes for Ferrum in game one. We just thought maybe there might be somebody coming in from the bullpen, but no, it is Tyler Smith back for more. And the Panthers, I think plan A is for him to go long and maybe hand it off to Matthew Shepard, possibly. But other options are available for the Panthers, of course. And we'll touch on those if and when they get in the ballgame. 1-0 count on Collins. He'll take strike one. So Wes Arrington has struck out 4 for Lynchburg. Those all came in the first inning. No strikeouts there in the top of the second, but still effective work for Wes Arrington. And Lynchburg, gotta love what they've been getting from their starting pitching all season long, but specifically the last 2 or 3 weeks. Starters have been really getting it done. Collins swings on this one, sends the left fielder back, but pulled in there by Justin Brady for out number 1. Sean Pokerock up to bat now. He has put together a really good season in not many chances, not many opportunities. Sean Pokerock, this will be start number 6 for Mr. Pokerock. He is hitting .375 on the season with 6 hits in 6 games. He and Eric Hyatt just blew us away against CNU. Watch out. Pokerock might blow this one right out of Fox Field. No, another nice play from Justin Brady. This one was even better. really had to get on the horse initially as Poker gave it a ride. But it'll be 1 pitch, 1 out. And there's 2 in the inning. As Justin Brady busy out there in left field. And that's what I mean when I talk about the stats really not telling the whole story, because Collins and Poker hit those balls well. I think that's one, as a hitting instructor, you're going to feel just fine about. Now, as a head coach, if you do that 27 times in a game, do you feel as great about it then? I don't know. Obviously, you're not going to do that 27 straight times, fans, but you really just feel like those balls were hit pretty good. This one not hit as well, and it drops in. So there's baseball in a nutshell. The Hornets sting a couple hard, and then Logan Webster flares one to right, and it drops in for the base hit. But that just sums up this game we play in a 2-pitch sequence. It was first pitch swinging for Logan Webster there as well. Hornets are hacking early, hacking often. Carson Atkins is up. He drove in 2 with a double in game 1, continues his hot streak. He's driven in 24 this season. It's 29 hits now for Carson Atkins. He was swinging the hottest bat on the planet for about a week-long stretch. He's cooled off slightly, but I think still pretty toasty in there based on that performance in the first game. And we need some toast because it's cold outside in Central Virginia today. And windy as well. I think we're up to 50 degrees now, but there's still some wind. And you look outside at the fans, and there is a good crowd here. I think the official number was 201 in game 1. But the fans outside all bundled up. They had to break the winter gear back out that they thought they were done with. But springtime in Central Virginia, you never know what you're going to get. If you don't like the weather, just wait a day. It'll change. Carson Atkins fouls that one away. 0-2 the count now. On number 12 for Lynchburg. Logan Webster leads at first. Extended it a bit, yeah, and they threw over on him and got him. Picked off. Just as I was noticing that Webster extended the lead a tad, Ferrum seemed to notice the same thing. Throw over, and the inning is done. Picked off to end the bottom of the second. We are still scoreless after 2 complete at Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. One hit in the bottom of the second inning for Lynchburg, but none left on as Logan Webster gets picked off. Saw pick off at second base in game 1. That was Riley O'Donovan that got erased after hitting a double for Lynchburg. This time it's Logan Webster. Drops the single in over the second baseman's head, but extended the lead slightly with the 0-2 count. 2 strikes, 2 outs. That's a common situation to run, and obviously Ferrum knows that. They're well aware of the situation, so not a bad time to take a peek over there. And it was the starter Tyler Smith that went to first really with a pretty great move. I think that was his A-plus move, and he picked off Logan Webster. So Carson Atkins will lead off to begin the bottom of the third for Lynchburg, but we're in the top of the third right now. Cue ball from Russell Galambe, not too much English on that one. And another one where Atkins has to get over and cover. He does just fine there for the first out. So Atkins has been busy on the mound defensively. We saw some great stuff defensively from Zach Potts. As everybody is mentioning in the press box here, Wes Arrington with a great pitch, had Galambe out front and then over to cover at first. Yeah, Potts was spry and active on the mound in the first game. Started a double play, fielded a bunt nicely. Had to get over there and cover a few to the first baseman as well. And it's the leadoff man, Benjamin Thomas, who struck out in his first at-bat. Thomas will ground this one to the second baseman. Ben Jones there, flips it sidearm to first. And there's 2 in the books. Good hustle from the catcher, Eric Hyatt, to get down there and back it up. Those catchers, they pride themselves in that. Some of those catchers, you'll see, they'll try to beat the runner down the line. That's hard to do with all the gear on. But I suppose if you had one of those big power hitters, you might be able to outrace him down there. Low target from Eric Hyatt, that one knee down stance. So common in baseball nowadays, and really, it's nice to give that umpire a good long look. Sean Pokerock is our catcher in game 2. Eric Hyatt is at first base, though. And we were discussing the fine defensive work. But, yes, it's Sean Pokerock. Holden Fiedler was the catcher for Lynchburg in game 1. Another ground ball. This time it's Brandon Garcia at short. Low throw, and Eric Hyatt cannot dig it out, and it will skip over the fence and out of play. So probably one of those single with an error combo kind of a plays there, as the runner will advance to second. Ball out. And we'll see if Lynchburg can pitch around the trouble in the top of the 3rd inning. And we were just talking about catchers hustling down, Sean Pokerock, but there's not going to be any chance that a catcher could keep that ball from going out of play. The play just happens too fast for that. As a catcher, you're down there to maybe snare one that gets by the first baseman but hits the fence. You're never going to be able to get in line with that and knock it down. Same thing with those right fielders that come over and back it up at first. This ball hit hard by Bird. Atkins running back, and he pulls it in over his shoulder for the grab and out number 3. So it is 1 hit for the Panthers. They leave 1 on. Hornets pitch around 1 defensive error. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd inning, still scoreless at Fox Field. Carson Atkins back up to begin the bottom of the 3rd inning. He was hitting in the bottom of the 2nd, but Logan Webster was picked off at first. So now Carson Atkins steps up again against Tyler Smith. Always feels like advantage hitter in these situations because you've already had a look at the pitcher. Atkins was ready and swung on that breaking ball. Close to staying in there. Good chase from Grayson Chitwood, the first baseman. Got to the fence line early, had the glove extended, but out of reach, and it's just strike 1 now, 0-1, with nobody out in the bottom of the 3rd. Lynchburg has been scoring a lot of runs recently, but they won a low-scoring game in Game 1. 3-0 the victory over Ferrum in Game 1. Lynchburg coming into the game was averaging 9.6 runs in victories. Another stat that I don't think the coach cares about much. He cares about how do you get those runs. How many base hits are we getting? How about the quality at bats, those kinds of things. We know Lynchburg will take the walks. They'll get hit by pitch. They'll put the ball playing hard and force you into some errors. Making hard contact and hustling down the line. Soft contact there from Atkins, but this is going to be a tough play. He's rolling and just missiled across the diamond from the shortstop, Clayton Michael. Came on nicely there. What was kind of a weird one, Clayton Michael got to it. Good, strong throw across the diamond. Brandon Garcia up for his second at-bat of the game. Flew out to right. Brandon Garcia entered the day at 360, on base at 500. So half the time he steps up to the plate, he's getting on. Will not be here as he flies out to the left fielder. Lynchburg clearly with the offensive approach, they're swinging early and often. Touched on that last inning, maybe even in the first inning. They're seeing Tyler Smith throw strikes with a variety of pitches. Smith has used a little bit of everything in his arsenal, but he's coming after hitters, and Lynchburg is swinging early. And there's the take from Eric Hyatt, the first baseman. That might be a result of the last hitter swinging at the first pitch. You might get the take sign from the coach, or maybe it's not a complete take, but hey, it better be really, really good, and you better do damage with it if you do decide to turn it loose. 1-1 count for the first baseman, Eric Hyatt. He'll swing on this one. This might stay in play near the dugout. It was almost a Bermuda Triangle situation there as the pitcher, first baseman, and catcher all converging in front of the Ferrum dugout, and it ends up being, I believe, their head coach Ryan Brittle making the catch over there in the dugout. Ryan Brittle, 10th season at Ferrum. He was the USA South Coach of the Year a couple times. Ferrum, one of the recent teams to join the ODAC. Not the most recent, though. That would be Avert this year. There's Eric Hyatt drilling one into right center field for a good solid single, third hit of the ball game, rather, for Lynchburg. And it brings up Avery Neves. Reached on an error in his first plate appearance. So 2 gone. Eric Hyatt at first. Lynchburg's had a couple runners picked off today, one in each game so far. One at first, one at second. Most recent was Logan Webster there to end the bottom of the second inning. And the rest of the team is going to be made aware of that fact, and you're going to get the comments from the coaching staff, hey, nobody else better get picked today. But it happens. It's part of the game. There was the old story about Ricky Henderson who said he'd rather get picked off at first than get thrown out at second. If you're not running, though, if you're not stealing on the pitch, probably have no business getting picked off at either bag. Neves out in front of that, but it's going to be a very tough play. They go to second, safe there. Great hustle from Eric Hyatt. And the catcher, Elijah Bird, wisely yelled at one of the players on the left side of the diamond to get over and cover third base. Third was unoccupied for a moment, but just not enough time for Eric Hyatt to get over there. In the books as a fielder's choice for Avery Neves. Does keep the inning going for Riley O'Donovan. He singled in his first at bat. O'Donovan doubled in game 1. Maybe he's getting ready to get hot, get on a tear. He's somebody that can do it for sure. Riley O'Donovan hit .385 last season, drove in 31, had 10 multi-hit games last year. And he could be ready to heat up in the middle of the order for Lynchburg. 0-1 the count. O'Donovan was out front that one. Seems like Lynchburg early on a lot of offerings from Tyler Smith. Here's another ball floating over foul territory, but grabbed this time. Grayson Chitwood will keep that one in the yard for out number 3. So Lynchburg strands 2, and we're still scoreless after 3 complete at Fox Field. Well, you got an extra look there at the final out of the 3rd inning. A grab in foul territory by Grayson Chitwood. Excellent camera work to get it. And the replay, the LHSN team is delivering today. I got to step up my game. That was a great shot there. As Chitwood had a chance at one that was just out of his reach previously in the inning, but that time, again, got to the fence early and a really comfortable grab in the end for Grayson Chitwood to end the inning. Wes Arrington back to the mound for Lynchburg. Ground ball to Garcia. Footwork, throws across for out number 1. Enrique Diaz will be the hitter. He flew out to center, the designated hitter in game 2 for Ferrum. 1 gone, Wesley Arrington, efficient. He's coming after hitters. The only thing we could think of in the Eastern Mennonite game that wasn't perfect for Wes Arrington, hit a couple batters and had some wild misses in there, including the 2 hit batters. But it was really outstanding last Sunday, week ago tomorrow, for Wes Arrington in game 2 against EMU. He was just outstanding. He struck out 11. He gave up 1 hit, just a 1 hit. He walked 1 to go along with those 2 hit batters as well. And when you combine that with the game against Hampton-Sydney last week, hold that thought as Diaz skies 1, Garcia and Neves going after it. The left fielder, Avery Neves, will call for it and pull it in. 2 gone. That last week for Wes Arrington, it was 2 wins, 1 against Hampton-Sydney, 1 against Eastern Mennonite. And the total line was 12 innings pitched. He struck out 17 in 12 innings, and he only surrendered 4 hits between those 2 games. Lights out stuff. There's one of those, I keep saying the word wild. I mean, it's not like it's behind the hitter or anything, but it does have a potential to hit the batter as Clayton Michael kind of scrambled out of the way. A shortstop for Ferrum. We've seen him do some nice glove work today. He takes strike 1. 1-1 the count. And there's something to being effectively wild, because when you miss like that and the hitter has to jump out of the way, then when you come back inside part of the plate like Wes Arrington just did, kind of difficult to pull the trigger. Here's Garcia on the move, flips that one over, sidearm, flashy stuff to end the inning. Still scoreless at Fox. We're broadcasting live on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. We're ready to begin the bottom of the fourth inning. It's game 2 between Ferrum and Lynchburg. Low scoring stuff so far. Lynchburg wins game 1 3-0. And it's a scoreless game at the moment through 3.5. Both these ball clubs can really put up the runs. That's what's so interesting about this. Ferrum offensively, they're averaging over 10 runs in their last 5 games, hitting .364 as a team in the last 5 games. And we know what Lynchburg has done offensively all season long. They've been double-digit runs 9 times. Some big scoring outbursts for Lynchburg. Lynchburg hitting .302 as a team. They're on base at .410 as a team, and they're slugging .441 as a team. They average just under 8.5 runs per game. So Lynchburg offensively taking a backseat to nobody this season, but right now the pitchers are getting the best of things in a scoreless game. A take there from Ben Jones that he'll hand back to the catcher, Elijah Bird. And it's a 2-1 count with nobody out here in the bottom of the fourth. Jones flew out to right. That was that ball that ended the first inning where Benjamin Thomas came on to make a good grab. There was some question about whether it was a clean catch or not. But the umpire's opinion is the only one that matters in the courtroom of the baseball diamond. 3-1 for Ben Jones. See if Benny Bombs tries to go all in on one here. Yeah, good hard hack at that, just out front. And that's been a trend that continues for Lynchburg early on Tyler Smith. They are early. Smith changes speeds well, comes at you from the quote-unquote funky angle there. Not quite a true sidearm. Pretty close to it, though. It's about as low a 3/4 arm slot as you can get away with still calling a low 3/4. Maybe I should just be calling it sidearm, actually, as Ben Jones will take the walk. Jones is on. First walk of the game for Tyler Smith and the Ferrum Panthers. And it brings up Gavin Collins. Collins flew out to left. That was one with hard contact. Hit it well. And Sean Pokerock behind him did the same in basically back-to-back pitches, I think it was, for Lynchburg. That was back in the second inning. So Collins, second AB of the game. Gavin Collins was held hitless in the first game. So he's ready to change that and have a better day here. 1-0 count. Long hold from Smith. He picked off Logan Webster earlier in the game at first. Seems to be, as we're seeing already, pretty confident and comfortable holding those runners at first. Varies the hold time. We know he's got a good pickoff move. It was quick when he came over to get Webster. Swing and miss from Gavin Collins. And that's a piece that not a lot of pitchers, I think, take the time to develop, the holding runners. It's not flashy. It's not sexy to work on the pickoff move and vary the hold times and all those things, all the different ways that you can shut down the running game. But the good pitchers have that element to their game. They don't allow base runners just to run wild on them. And if you do extend over there, they've got a good move. They can come over and stop it. There's another one. You see the good tight spin from Smith. It's quick. Ball gets in the catching zone. I don't know if he's trying to aim it at the first baseman's knee, but that's basically what he gets when he turns it loose there to throw over to first. And here's the long hold again. Set for a long time. Throws over again. So Tyler Smith, not only is he comfortable holding runners on, he may enjoy it. He may enjoy throwing over to first all these times. Smith with another long hold. Gavin Collins timed that one up, and he got a lot of it. I think he got enough of it. It's gone. Homer for Gavin Collins. Second one at the season. And it's a 2-run job in the bottom of the fourth. Lynchburg on the board. Gavin Collins pounds one over the left field wall. Here comes Gavin Collins. Great look, great rhythm, great approach. Waited on that breaking ball and did not miss. Right over the One Nation sign in left field. Second time Collins has gone yard here at Fox, and it puts Lynchburg on top 2-0. Poker Rock will swing at the first. Shortstop stayed back. Good strong throw. Will retire Poker Rock for the first out of the inning. Ben Jones walked. Gavin Collins homered. And then the first out recorded there by the Ferrum Panthers. Really love what Tyler Smith has done up to this point. He hasn't made a ton of mistakes. That is hit number 4 for Lynchburg. But Gavin Collins, you don't have to make a huge mistake with Gavin Collins for him to make you pay. It was just a hanging slider that Collins was on, and that is the downside to throwing so many off-speed pitches. We've seen Tyler Smith use that breaking ball. He uses the off-speed stuff a lot. The only downside to that is the offense gets a chance to time it up. When you throw your breaking ball more than you throw your fastball, all of a sudden that just becomes the normal speed, and guys are on that. So there's two sides to every coin in baseball and in life, pros and cons. That would be a con to just throwing such a steady diet of breaking balls. The other team just gets to see it so much. They time it up. They know how much it breaks, horizontal, vertical. And good hitters like Gavin Collins can make you pay when they have seen your offering a bunch of times. And Collins is one of those hitters who's paying attention in the dugout, in the on-deck circle as well. See that from Lynchburg hitters so much, too. They share the information. A guy will make an out, and before he goes to the dugout, sometimes he'll have a short word with the hitter coming up. 1-0 count on Carson Atkins. Speaking of a guy that can make you pay. Got out front on this one. Tough one for the shortstop, Clayton Michael. He's made some good plays today, but that one he cannot get to. It's a base hit for Carson Atkins. Second of the day. He's 1 for 2 in the game, and we will say that Atkins' hot streak continues. For now, anyway. Brandon Garcia due up, or he is up. Left-handed hitter will have to hold, and it looks like we will get our first pitching change of the game. Tyler Smith, effective into the 4th inning, gave up the big fly to Gavin Collins. Lynchburg on top 2-0 at the moment. We'll pause and figure out the next arm for the Ferrum Panthers. Cameron Mullins is in out of the bullpen and on for Ferrum. This will be appearance number 8 on the season for Cameron Mullins. He started 5, and he is the innings leader for Ferrum. 34 1/3 innings pitched up to this point. Tim LaDuca and myself were talking about that in Game 1. Ferrum really distributes the pitching load, but Cameron Mullins is the guy that has pitched the most. And this, I think, was the game plan to go from Smith to Mullins. Just a question of when you do it. It's pretty effective work on the mound for Tyler Smith. He gives up the long home run to Gavin Collins. It was 5 hits total, and he'll get charged with all the runs there. But really, for Tyler Smith, I mean, he exits the game not with his team leading, but his team still in striking distance. I don't think he can feel terrible about the outing right here. Tyler Smith is done. Cameron Mullins is on. He got the win in relief a week ago against Bridgewater and went 6 innings there. And that was, I believe, the tag team matchup. It was Tyler Smith starting that game, and then he handed it off to Cameron Mullins. So part of the game plan, part of the program here, in that win for Mullins, it was 6 innings pitched. He gave up 7 hits, no earned runs. Atkins will take off on the bobble. He'll slide into second safely. So not a true stolen base there, but another one where Atkins saw it get away from the catcher, did not hesitate, took off with the burst to second base, and now he's in scoring position for Brandon Garcia. Garcia's got a 1-0 count. 0 for 2 so far in the game. Similar location, also a ball for Mullins, who is 5-7 in 15 career starts. He's got a career earned run average of 5.72. Struck out 67 and only walked 33. So basically 2-to-1 on the K to walk ratio. That's what you like to see from a good power arm like Cameron Mullins. And it is a noticeable velocity change. Smith was coming at Lynchburg with the change-ups and the breaking balls. Mullins is more fastball, right down Broadway kind of a concept. Obviously, he's got some off-speed stuff to go with it. You wouldn't have those numbers without having a breaking ball of some kind. 3-1 count. Garcia will swing on that and foul it into the Ferrum dugout. Full count, 2 away. Bottom of the 4th, Lynchburg leads 2-0. Atkins leading off at second. Short lead. Mullins, the delivery. Got Garcia to pop up. Play's not over yet, though. This could be tough. Another Bermuda Triangle ball as the pitcher, Mullins, came over and really stepped in front of Elijah Bird, the catcher. Got his leather on it, but then ends up missing it. So it's a tough play. Obviously, it's a foul ball, so it's not an error, although there is a situation where you can get an error on a foul ball. Yes, confirming with the official scorekeeper. We're going to research it. We're going to research it. I think Garcia would have to get a base hit right here. But, again, that wasn't an error. I mean, that was not a sure thing. But we'll continue the conversation after this swing of the bat. Garcia knifes it through. Atkins turning around third. No play at home to get the speedy Carson Atkins, and the third run is in for Lynchburg. Brandon Garcia, RBI single, past the diving shortstop. 3 in the inning for Lynchburg, 3 hits in the inning. And the inning continues with number 5, Eric Hyatt. So Cameron Mullins came on in relief of Tyler Smith. And now he just looks to get out of the 4th inning, limiting some of the damage. Hyatt swinging early. Another one in foul territory for Chitwood, and he pulls another one in there. Grayson Chitwood, no problem dealing with the fence line down first base, and it's the 3rd out of the inning, but a big one for Lynchburg. 3 hits. They leave 1 on. It was the 2-run homer for Gavin Collins that got the scoring party started, and Lynchburg now on top, 3-0 after 4 complete at Fox Field. The first baseman, Grayson Chitwood, will lead off the top of the 5th inning, facing Wes Arrington. Chitwood with some really nice plays over there in foul ground for Ferrum. He's pulled in a couple. He was close on another one. Boy, he kind of leaned over the fencing to try to fishing pole one, get the hook on that baseball as it came down. But good stuff from Grayson Chitwood. It was a great inning from Lynchburg, though. Don't forget about that fact. 3 runs in the inning, 2 from the home run. Gavin Collins, second dinger of the season. Ooh, Chitwood ripping that one by Arrington. 2 for 2 so far for Grayson Chitwood. Justin Brady, the left fielder, who's made some nice grabs today, will step into the batter's box. Another lefty facing Wes Arrington. Talk about a strikeout to walk ratio. Arrington, 35 Ks this season to just 8 walks. Brady swinging at the first one. Neves on the run and the dive. Can't come up with it. Chitwood around second and around third. He's going to score. Brady hustling to third. Could be a play here. No, it was bobbled by Garcia on the relay. Run-scoring triple for Justin Brady. First run of the game for Ferrum is in. First run of the day for the Panthers is in. Grayson Chitwood with the rocket single. He's on first. And then Brady with a ball that wasn't exactly smoked, but well placed past the diving Avery Neves. So we'll get a visit from Associate Head Coach Travis Beasley. The bullpen is active for Lynchburg. I don't think Arrington's day is done just yet, but there is a couple players throwing in the bullpen. Actually, 3 getting loose right now in the bullpen for Lynchburg. See if we can identify a few of them. It looks like Travis Shoemate's one of them. Josh Jorman is one of them. And Mason McDowell. So 3 options getting cranked up for Lynchburg. 2 of those right-handed, 1 left-handed. But we get Wes Arrington out there for more. Figured his day wasn't done just yet. When you have the week that Wes Arrington had last week, you earn yourself a little bit of a longer leash. I think he's still pitching pretty effectively. So maybe just one of those visits to settle him down just a bit. Few key reminders, and then back in the dugout without a change for Associate Head Coach Travis Beasley. 0-1 the count. Arrington coming in right after Russell Galambe. There's another one that just missed. Pretty good spot, though. 1-1. Justin Brady leads off at third. RBI triple to get Ferrum their first run of the day. So 3-0. Lynchburg shutout win in the first game. Zach Potts going the distance. Complete game. If you're just joining us, you missed a gem from Zach Potts, and you should go back and watch that. That's an option you have as all the games stay on YouTube. Swing and a miss there for strikeout number 5 for Wes Arrington. And it's actually the first strikeout since the first inning. It's another one if you're joining us late. You missed Wes Arrington striking out 4 in the first inning. So he's got the 5th K of the game. First one in a while, though. Credit Ferrum's hitters for some adjustments. They're swinging early in the count, too, the Panthers. That's one way to avoid strikeouts. You swing at the first few pitches you see. Not that you're always going to make contact. There's a second pitch swinging, a ball that will slice through the hole. Benjamin Thomas with a base hit. 2 runs on the board now for Ferrum. They pull within 1. Lynchburg still with the 3-2 advantage. Three hits in the inning here for Ferrum so far, and there's only 1 gone. Maybe time for one of those double plays for Lynchburg's infield. They've done that quite a bit this season. 21 double plays coming into the day, and Lynchburg turned a couple key ones in the first game. Lynchburg's defense pretty proficient at those timely double plays. And really with some elite defenders, guys that to start have the skills coming in, but they get even better working with this wonderful coaching staff. Great instincts, put themselves in the right positions. And that's one that an infielder you live for, turning one of those double plays to end an inning, end a threat. Always gets you fired up. You're anticipating it right here. Infield is double play depth. Garcia shortstop playing pretty deep there. Couple tosses over for Wes Arrington. Trying to keep Benjamin Thomas in check. Running game important for Ferrum. 43 of 53 on the season coming in. That does not factor in any stolen bases in game one for the Panthers. Had a couple. No, they had a couple. But very good. Over 45 stolen bases now on the season. Really good with the running game. They've stolen multiple bags in a game 14 times this season. Make it 15 now, going back to game one today. 1-1 count with one gone. Ozzie Torres will spray that one foul. 1-2 count. See if Wes Arrington goes to the wipeout slider here. Gets a lot of strikeouts with that sweeping slider. It's a power pitch, though. It throws it in the upper 80s. It's not just a loopy, get-me-over slider. Here's a pitch that everybody says I should have. It's a pitch that is dominant, can be dominant for Arrington. Fought off there by Ozzie Torres. So Benjamin Thomas came into the game hitting .382. 1 for 3 so far today. Benjamin Thomas is 4 of 5 stolen base-wise this season. So you can see why Lynchburg's given him some extra attention over there. There's a slider again. Maybe a late break for Thomas. Jones into cover. Now the ball's in center field. Shortstop Garcia will scramble after it. He'll hold on to it. And Benjamin Thomas now on third base. Big roar from the Ferrum dugout. And they've got a lot of fans in the stands at Fox today as well. They come alive for Benjamin Thomas. 5th stolen base of the season. Might have been a delay steal. It's almost like Lynchburg's defense reacted a little bit late there. May not have broken hard on the pitch. Arrington trying to come back in with the front door. Just missed the inside corner. Full count. 1 out. Big pitch coming here for Wes Arrington. He's set and ready. Kicks. There's that slider. Got him looking. Outstanding from Wes Arrington. Big spot there, too. We've got 2 away now. Elijah Bird, the freshman catcher, on. He hit one hard to the center fielder in his last at-bat. Struck out in his first appearance. He was the player in the first inning that reached on the error. So it was 4 strikeouts. Oh, this one got free from Sean Pokerock, but he scrambles to it, and Thomas has to shut it down. Got about a third of the way down the third base line. But I think wisely hit the brakes and returned to the bag. Good job by Pokerock to pounce. First good job was to smother it and keep it off the back wall, but then to pounce on it pretty quickly. Inside target. Arrington got it there. Ball. I don't think you can hate the process if you're Wes Arrington and the coaching staff from Lynchburg. Probably put it right where he wanted it. 2-0 the count. Same spot it looks like. Got it there again. Bird fouls it back. That's something Lynchburg will do. They'll throw back-to-back pitches the same way if they like something. Some coaches are the opposite. They think you ought to change something every pitch, either speed or location. But Lynchburg, and I guess I'm giving away some of the scouting report, but again, you should be able to figure that out if you're an opposing coach watching. Lynchburg, they'll favor, if we know we got something, we'll go right back to it. Often. They did it right there. See what Lynchburg does. 2-2 count. Same setup, inside. That one nearly hit Bird. And now you got to think about the pitch call again. You've gone to that spot multiple times in a row. Full count, 2 outs. Another big pitch for Arrington. He seems to respond in these situations. Here it is. Just missed off the outside part of the plate. Again, process-wise, I think Arrington should feel pretty good about the at-bat. I know it's a walk. You don't want that. Other than the one pitch that nearly hit Bird, I think Arrington put most of them right where he wanted. First to third situation with 2 outs. Sean Baxter's up, the left fielder, I think he's not in left field this game. Sean Baxter played left field last game, though. And there's a strike from Arrington. As Sean Baxter's at third base, of course. I knew that. Again, you just got to be able to read your own handwriting on the score sheet here. Baxter will swing at that, barely get a piece, 0-2 count. So here's another reason why last at bat, if you're Wes Arrington, you may not feel terrible about those pitches. Maybe a better matchup with Baxter here. You got him 0-2, had bases open, as it was just a runner on third to begin that last at bat. Runners at the corners now. Ground ball sharply up the middle. I think that was the slider that Arrington just left in a hittable spot, and Sean Baxter delivers. That's the fourth hit of the inning for Ferrum, and the ball game is tied 3-3. Two gone. We're in the top of the fifth inning here at Fox Field, and Ferrum has tied the ball game. They were shut out in game one and shut out for the first 4 innings here, but not anymore. Single, triple, strikeout, single, strikeout, walk, single. That's how the inning has gone so far. This is the 8th batter of the inning for Ferrum, Enrique Diaz. He's flown out to center and flown out to left. Elijah Bird leads off at second, and it's Sean Baxter at first for Ferrum. 1-1 count as Arrington evens it up there with the fastball. There is 2 outs. Low got away from Poker Rock. No play at third. May have actually been able to come up to throw to second as Baxter broke a little bit late, but Poker Rock couldn't get to it in time, and the runners both move up. Second and third now, as we get all sorts of visitors to the press box. Great athletes from Brookville High School. Some of the all-time best from Brookville High School. Nice slide and a block there from Sean Poker Rock. Guess that's a little bit of an inside joke there, fans, that maybe I should clean up for you and explain later on, but it needs to wait till the inning is over because it's tension time right now for Wes Arrington and the Lynchburg Hornets. They haven't trailed at all today, but we're tied right now 3-3. Arrington, long look in for the signals. Now he's ready with a 3-1 count. Got that one there, and I think he got the result he wanted as well, as Carson Atkins will come on and make an easy grab and center. So the inning is done, but it's 4 hits for Ferrum. They strand a couple, get 3 on the board. We're all tied up going to the bottom of the 5th inning on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. The press box here at the University of Lynchburg is always a fun place to be. But then we get exciting guests popping in here, like Andrew Inskeep, who I hear is a real up-and-comer on the diamond, and possibly a future Hornet there, Andrew Inskeep. We'll see. He may end up going straight to the major leagues. He might be one of those young guys that gets drafted out of high school and doesn't even need to play any college baseball. Goes straight to the bigs. But we'll see what the future holds for Andrew, and he's getting to enjoy a good game right now, tied up 3-3, as Ferrum comes alive with 4 hits in the top of the 5th. Stranded a couple. Wesley Arrington had been just about perfect up to that point. First 4 were shutout innings for Arrington. Only gave up 2 hits. And now we have to start asking if it'll be a change for Lynchburg, if you'll see a new arm inserted into the ball game, or if we get more of Wes Arrington. He was incredible last week, fans. Wesley Arrington got 2 wins. It was 12 innings total. He struck out 17 and only gave up 4 hits. And those first 4 innings today were an extension of that. But Ferrum with an explosion in the top of the 5th to get to Wes Arrington. One count. It's Mullins on the mound. Cameron Mullins still out there for Ferrum. He finished the 4th inning. That was a 3-run bottom of the 4th for Lynchburg. Featured the 2-run homer from Gavin Collins. Carson Atkins got on with a single. Brandon Garcia drove him in. Avery Neves hitting now for Lynchburg with a 1-2 count. Mullins, big breaking ball. He's got that steep 12-6 action on his curveball. That old school overhand curveball. Tyler Smith threw from that low 3/4 sidearm angle. So this is definitely a different look for Lynchburg's hitters. And you can see, I think a baseball fan can see right away why Ferrum's going with that concept. Smith, a little bit softer, a little bit lower arm angle, more breaking balls. And then you bring in Mullins, who comes over the top at you with a little bit more velocity. Also, obviously, a power breaking ball. You're getting to see it there on your screen. Full count to Neves. Looked like an off-speed pitch there again from Mullins that just missed. And it's another walk for Avery Neves, and he has broken the all-time ODAC record. Congratulations to Avery Neves for another record. He was already the all-time walks leader here at the University of Lynchburg, but now he has taken more walks than anybody that has ever played in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. Incredible. And it's basically 3 full seasons now. Neves played in 2020 when everybody got shut down for COVID, and then, of course, 2021. Led the country in walks last year in 2022, and then we're a little over halfway now in 2023. So put all that together, and it's almost 3 full seasons for Neves. Pickoff attempt that got away a little bit. I think I've got the career games played for Avery Neves here. Looking for it. Maybe I don't have that number, but we can look it up. It's all available online at lynchburgsports.com. They'll throw over on Neves again. But last season, it was 56 walks in 48 games for Avery Neves. He had 67 hits as well. I mean, that's just insane numbers when you start looking at the per-game stats. We did that with Tim LaDuca earlier today. Led the country in walks last season. And that was an ODAC single-season record last year for walks with 56. And now he's the career record holder. Riley O'Donovan slashes one through the middle. Neves will turn hard around second, but return there. And now it's runners at first and second with nobody out in the bottom of the 5th. Lynchburg's been great at this all season. If they give up a big inning, they tend to respond in their half. Good teams do that. Lynchburg falls in line with that category. 21-4 this season for the Hornets. It looks like they're about to respond right here. And it doesn't necessarily mean they match the other team's number of runs, but they put something on the board. They don't get shut out. The worst thing you want is when the other team has a big inning and then you go 3 up, 3 down. That feels like your opponent grabs a lot of momentum when that happens. Ben Jones, left-handed swinger in the batter's box. Chitwood, the first baseman for Ferrum, is up. He's expecting bunt. Maybe a talk about the bunt coverage and perhaps something to settle down Mullins a little bit here. No, coach is just going to grab the ball. Maybe Mullins is done. No, he'll slap it back in his glove. That's not one you see every day, as it's now a real heart-to-heart, face-to-face there on the mound for the Ferrum Panthers. 1-0 is the count. Ben Jones is the hitter. Avery Neves at second. It'll be Riley O'Donovan at first. And the score is 3-3. So there's all the things that we know about the situation as it stands. Just get back to lynchburgsports.com just a little bit. It's great to follow along with the stats there, career and otherwise, for all these guys like Avery Neves and Riley O'Donovan. Career stats are easier for the man in the batter's box, Ben Jones. He's just a freshman, but already making a splash. 13 starts. He's got 4 homers and 4 doubles. He is a freshman from Durham, North Carolina. Mullins, appears to be ready with the 1-0 count. Spin move there and a ball that's going to get away from the shortstop. Nice job by both Neves and Riley O'Donovan. And really, Riley O'Donovan deserves high praise there because that's a ball that only got, 15, 20 feet behind the bag, but O'Donovan still managed to advance to second. Great anticipation there on the spin to second. O'Donovan is ready for something to happen. He's on the move quick there. And remember, Riley O'Donovan, no disrespect, not a speedster, not the fastest guy on the team. He's a catcher. So the fact that he advanced there says a lot about his baseball IQ and the anticipation. I'm not saying Riley O'Donovan's slow, folks. He really did nicely to get in there. 2 in scoring position now for Ben Jones. And he's got a 2-0 count. Feels like the Panthers are on the ropes a little bit here, even despite the big inning in their half of the 5th. Ben Jones twitched at that one, but did not take the bat off the shoulder. He's 0 for 1 with a walk in this game. Tie ball game, bottom of the 5th. 2-1 count. Mullins delivers to Jones. Up and away for ball 3. Hitters count now for a guy who can punish baseballs. Just a freshman. Number 21, left-handed hitting Ben Jones. O'Donovan at second, Neves at third. Jones will take that one. Good plate awareness, strike zone discipline there. I think a lot of guys might be a little eager to pull the trigger in that situation. 3-1 count, runners on. Got the momentum starting to swing back your way. But Jones with some real discipline there to let that one go. A pitch that was pretty close. And now it's Gavin Collins, already a 2-run homer in this game. Collins will watch that one go across the outer third of the plate for a strike. 0-1. Still nobody out. Panthers could use a big defensive play here. Or maybe 2 or 3 strikeouts would work for Ferrum as well. Mullins is set, deals. Good cut from Jones. Or Collins, excuse me. Ben Jones is on first for Lynchburg. Gavin Collins swung through that. He hit his home run off the starter Tyler Smith. So this is his first look at Mullins. 0-2 count. Ball in the dirt. Good stop there by the freshman Bird. He'll send it back to Cameron Mullins. 1-2 pitch coming up here for Lynchburg. Bases loaded. Feels like the Hornets are kind of sitting on the edge of something. Gave up 3 in this top half of the 5th. Tie ball game now. Bird came out quick like he wanted to throw on Ben Jones at first. Ferrum might have had a called play on. It might have just been an instinct read situation. But Bird eats it. 2-2 the count. Couple good takes there from Gavin Collins. Breaking ball that Collins cannot lay off of, and he swings through it for the first out. Believe it or not, fans, that's strikeout 1 of the game for Lynchburg. It's the first time they have K'd in this one. Sean Pokerock, the catcher in game 2, is up. He's flown out to left. Hit that one hard. That was in the 2nd inning. And then Pokerock is also grounded out to the shortstop. He'll swing at that. Appeared to be on it. Fouled off the mask of Bird. Good job by the umpire to walk the ball out there to Mullins and give Bird a little bit of an extra breather to compose himself. It'll be an 0-1 count when we get back to baseball here, as one of the coaching staff from Ferrum will walk a ball out there to Bird. It's actually a good way to talk about what pitch you want next. Walk all the way out there, hand it to him, and say, hey, let's go fastball in right here. Bird will still look over to the dugout for the sign. So obviously they did not do that. 0-1 the count. Nice block again from Bird. Ready for that breaking ball in the dirt. Pokerock appeared to be ready as well. He did not offer. 1-1 with 1 gone in the bottom of the 5th. Bases loaded. That one up and in, and it got, oh no. Umpire's saying no. Umpire's shaking his head no. Pokerock's trying to show off the wound there. He pulled the sleeve up to give the umpire a look at maybe the redness or the seam mark. He does have the longer sleeves on, or maybe we'll call them the 3/4 sleeves. 2-1 the count, just a ball. Pokerock will swing and foul that one off the backstop. I think Sean Pokerock had a situation in the Christopher Newport game where he thought he got hit, and they called him back, and then he got a base hit. Or was that Eric Hyatt? We're reviewing our mental memory banks here. No real consensus from the group up here in the press box. Breaking ball in the dirt that Pokerock lays off of. Good take there. And now the count should be full. Or is it 2-2? It's 3-2 with one out. And a tie game. Lynchburg's racked up 7 hits already. 1 hit in this inning. That was Riley O'Donovan. Neves on board with the walk. Ben Jones walked. Gavin Collins struck out. Pokerock will take that one in the dirt. Great job to lay off it. They'll appeal down to first, and it must have been a 2-2 count because now it's full after Pokerock takes that one. In the course of a doubleheader, fans, there's going to be like 400-some pitches. We're obviously going to get a few wrong. Now the count is full. We know it's full now. Lynchburg dugout making a lot of noise. Big pitch. Another foul ball. Great job by Sean Pokerock to stay alive. And just a reminder, Sean Pokerock, this is only start number 6. So not really a full-time starter, but in the last month or so, he's been getting a lot more work, a lot more reps. Mullins deals to Pokerock. Another foul ball, staying alive. Here's another one of these long at-bats where the tension just kind of builds and builds. Pressure squarely on pitcher and hitter, but everybody else on the diamond needs to be ready as well. Deep breath from the pitcher Mullins. He's got the sign. Comes set. Full count. Bases loaded. Breaking ball in the dirt that Pokerock saw the whole way and laid off. Third walk of the inning for Lynchburg. And that is a great at-bat right there. Fouled off some tough pitches. Laid off some tough pitches. Outstanding hitting by Sean Pokerock. And I say hitting. He didn't get a hit, but it is hitting. I mean, taking a key walk like that is hitting. Those good hitters do that. It's an RBI, too, for Sean Pokerock. Bases loaded walk. That'll help that total. They'll try to pick off Pokerock. At first, he's back on the dive. Good snap throw there from Bird. Bird is a freshman from Tunstall High School. You can see why he is in there. He's hitting third for Ferrum. He's had an outstanding season so far, but pretty solid behind the plate, too. Good snap throw there. There's an off-speed pitch that just missed on Logan Webster. Webster singled in the second, got picked off to end the inning. He's also grounded out. 2-0 the count on Logan Webster. Bases loaded. Real chance to do some damage here. Lynchburg has taken the lead back, 4-3. And now it's 3-0. Mullins, I don't know if mentally he had to use I know he had to use up a lot of mental energy and focus in that last at-bat. Now it's 3 straight. Feels like that at-bat with Pokerock took something out of Mullins. He'll come across with a strike there. 3-1. Logan Webster hitting. O'Donovan is at third. Ben Jones at second. And Sean Pokerock at first for Lynchburg. Only out was a K from Gavin Collins. Webster floats that one back. Sophomore from Chesapeake, Virginia. Hitting .247 on the season. Logan Webster's floated around various spots in the lineup. Hitting in the 8-hole right here. Could do a lot. Ground ball to the shortstop. Double play chance, maybe. Got the first one. Across the diamond for the second. Wow, big play defensively. Clayton Michael starts it at second. Ozzie Torres, the wheel man in the middle there with a good throw to get the double play. Lynchburg does score one hit. They leave a couple on and take the lead back. Hornets on top, 4-3 as we head to the 6th inning at Fox Field in Lynchburg. You see the line score there, fans. It's a one-run Lynchburg lead now. They do answer that big inning from Ferrum. Take the lead back. 7 hits for Lynchburg. They took 3 walks in the inning. It's been 4 walks total for the Hornets. It's a big part of their game as a team. They walk just under 5 times per game. Last season, that number was over 6 per game walks for Lynchburg. And if you take it back to 2021, that's actually a category that Lynchburg led the nation in as a team. Walks. I think it was walks per game that they also led in. Well, that is a big part of Coach Lucas Jones' offensive game plan, getting a good pitch to hit, laying off those close ones, knowing the strike zone. And really, you saw it personified there with the bases-loaded walk from Sean Pokerock. Fouled off a couple pitches, took some close ones. You get a good read, get a good long look. Pitch recognition and identification is a big part in that equation as well. Everybody wants to hit. Everybody wants to swing the bat and hit doubles and homers and rockets all around the diamond. But taking a walk is just a key thing. I mean, Ted Williams, take it back to Ted Williams. He said getting a good pitch to hit is the most important part of hitting. Outside of any mechanics or anything you're doing with your body, getting a good pitch, identifying what is a strike and what isn't. Swung on and ripped there. Clayton Michael got into this one. Does it stay in the yard? It will not. Homer from Clayton Michael starts the double play in the bottom half of the 5th and then ties it up with one swing there. The new pitcher is Travis Shoemate, and number 11 for Lynchburg greeted rudely by the homer from Clayton Michael, the shortstop, yard. There you go. Nice look at that one. Good, small, compact move there from Michael, but still generating a lot of power. Doesn't have the big leg lift or the big pump with the hands or any of that. It's just a short, simple swing, but got one right in his wheelhouse and did not miss it. This is, for Travis Shoemate, appearance number 4 of the season. Been a little injured this year. I think Lynchburg has, coming into the season, Shoemate was a bigger factor in the game plan. He has thrown now 3 times in about the last month. His last appearance was on April 2nd. That was Sunday against Eastern Mennonite. Shoemate pitching from the windup, got 2 strikes early on Chitwood. This one flared into one of those Bermuda Triangle areas, but just didn't stay in the air long enough for anybody to get to it. So Clayton Michael delivering a game-tying home run for the Ferrum Panthers. 3rd dinger of the season for Clayton Michael. Came into the day hitting .337. He's now 1 for 3 in this game. And if we review just a little bit, Clayton Michael in game 1, 0 for 3. Check swing from Grayson Chitwood did not go. 1-2 the count. Not exactly how Travis Shoemate wanted to come in and get comfortable. First home run Shoemate has surrendered this season. 4th appearance. It's a good breaking ball there from Shoemate, but not close enough to make Chitwood offer. And it's a 2-2 count. Still nobody out. That's the other thing about those leadoff homers. Tough for a pitcher because you got to come back and get an out. You got to finish the inning. You don't want to let it snowball into something bigger. Bouncing ball to Jones. Took a brief second to finally get the handle, but we'll get it over for the first out. Justin Brady had an RBI triple in his last at bat. So Shoemate gets the first out. Yeah, that's huge for a pitcher to bounce back from that because you're obviously disappointed you gave up the home run. But the great pitchers can respond. They can flush it from the memory pretty quickly and get back to work. And then if you get in the dugout and all you gave up that inning was a solo home run, I think in hindsight you can look back and feel somewhat okay about it. As long as the pitch didn't miss, as long as it wasn't some kind of a crazy situation where, you were supposed to throw a breaking ball in the dirt and you just hung it to him. He hit that out. That wasn't the case on the pitch for Shoemate. I think it was just a good hard fastball inside that Clayton Michael turned on. Shoemate gets a chance to work on his PFP mechanics. Scoops that one up and throws to first for the second out. But it rattles you as a pitcher, giving up that home run anytime. I think the leadoff home run probably rattles you a bit more. If you get the first 2 outs and then you give up a homer with 2 outs, yeah, it doesn't feel great by any means. But you know at that point you're only 1 out away. Give up that leadoff home run, starts to get a little lonely on the mound, a little more of the spotlight shining on you. The other team's dugout gets into it just a little bit more. All those factors in play. The Shoemate's got good stuff, though. You can see that from our center field cam. He can really torque on it. Love to see what his numbers are with the spin rate, revving it up. 1-2 count. 2 gone for Shoemate. That breaking ball had some snap to it, but it was out of the zone. Shoemate will get it back. Good stop there from Pokerock. That's a finer point of catching. Stopping that baseball even with nobody on. You want to keep the umpire injury-free. He's your best friend back there. Swung on and hit by Galambe. Atkins will get into right center and call off Logan Webster and pull that one in. So it was just the solo home run for Travis Shoemate given up. Clayton Michael leaving the yard, tying the game. We're knotted at 4 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Tie ball game again here at James C. Fox Field, campus of the University of Lynchburg. Easter weekend. Don't know if you have plans or not, but hope you have a wonderful weekend, wonderful Easter if you're celebrating. And we'll have a cold night here. Bunt attempt from Carson Atkins. Going to move the big man Mullins off the mound. Close at first, but they got him for out number 1. Yeah, supposed to get down in the low 30s again tonight here in the Hill City, which is a bit of a shock to the system after some 80-degree days. Here's a bunt attempt from Atkins. Great look at it. We know that's part of his game. He can hit doubles and homers, but Carson Atkins can also put down those bunt singles. Another great replay from the LHSN crew. A nice look at it there, and you make the call for yourself, folks. It did look like they nipped Carson Atkins at first, but it was close. It was close. 2-0 the count now on Brandon Garcia. Another guy that can move the ball around with the base hit bunt. Great hitter. Tried to base hit bunt against Randolph Macon one time and popped it up. He's had a couple instances where Garcia's turned a bunt and the ball came into his body and he almost bunted it out of self-defense. 2-1 count now on the freshman shortstop for Lynchburg. Thought about that one, but let it go, and now it's 3-1. 3 walks in the inning, last inning for Lynchburg, including the RBI walk for Pokerock, and now here is another one for the Hornets as Brandon Garcia will take the free pass. So that's walk number 5 of the game for the Hornets, and it brings up the first baseman, Eric Hyatt. 1 for 3. Singled in the 3rd inning. Got left on. 1 of 7 Lynchburg hits so far in this game. We're tied up 4-4. Cameron Mullins is the second pitcher of record here for Ferrum. And at this point in game 1, I think we had 6 or 7 pitchers. Ferrum was getting all kinds of different faces on the mound. But it was pretty effective. You can't say it didn't work, I think, as Lynchburg was held to 3 runs. Well under the Hornets' average. Hornets average 8.45 runs per game. So you hold them to 3. You can't really argue with the game plan for Ferrum. But this game, it was Tyler Smith that started. Oh, Chitwood wore that one on the left shoulder. Maybe a bit of a good break for Ferrum that ball stayed in the infield. That could have gotten away from Chitwood, and he gives a signal to catcher Elijah Bird, who snapped that one over there on the knees. Bird, that freshman from Tunstall High School that we've been keeping our eyes on all game. He's hitting 3rd in the order for Ferrum. DH'd in game 1, catching in game 2. Like what he brings to the table back there. Looks in for the signal. 2-1 is the count. And we'll get a visit from the Ferrum coaching staff here to Cameron Mullins. Tyler Smith started it, pitched into the 4th inning. Lynchburg scored 3 in that 4th inning. Smith gave up the 2-run home run to Gavin Collins. Got the next 2 outs actually, and then Carson Atkins got one through the infield. That's when Mullins came into the game to face the top of the order, Brandon Garcia. So now everybody's seeing Mullins for the 2nd time. So you get a glimpse of what the game plan is for Ferrum in this 2nd game. They let Tyler Smith take them through first couple times of the order. And then Mullins hopefully can take you through the next 2 times in the order, and hopefully that adds up to 9 innings. And you're in there with a victory. Doesn't always go to plan. That's why you got plan B and C and all the way down through the alphabet. Probably the double letters for the plans, too. Eric Hyatt, first baseman for Lynchburg. Watches that one. Another close one. There's that discipline again. Strike zone awareness. Pitch recognition for Lynchburg. On display right there. That pitch was close. I think it was where Mullins wanted it. That one probably not. Inside, almost hit Hyatt. Walk anyway. And now there's 2 on. Back-to-back walks for Mullins. He has walked 5. It was 1 walk from Tyler Smith. So make it 6 total for Lynchburg in the game. Substitute at first. New runner in there. And that means Eric Hyatt's day is done. Thinking we'll see Josh Jorman play first base now. There is 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Breaking ball missed. Good slide and stop there from Elijah Bird. Lynchburg scored 3 in the bottom of the 4th. Ferrum answered with 3 in the top of the 5th. Lynchburg 1 in the bottom of the 5th. And then Ferrum 1 in the top of the 6th. Now we're in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's been back and forth run scoring lately. Neves thought about it, held it, comes across for a strike. 1-1 with 1 out. Runners at first and second for Lynchburg. Wesley Arrington started on the mound for the Hornets. 4 shutout innings, and then gave up 4 hits in that 5th inning. Travis Shoemate, the second pitcher that Lynchburg has used, he gave up a solo home run to begin the 6th, but nothing else. Maybe a new arm coming in for Lynchburg. Might see the bullpen really feature for the Hornets in this one. They have not needed the bullpen a lot lately. At least not multiple pitchers out of the bullpen anyway. Potts with a complete game in game 1 here today. It was the combo of Pond and Batchmore against Randolph-Macon Wednesday. And take it all the way back to the last doubleheader against Eastern Mennonite. Lynchburg didn't need the bullpen a whole lot. There's a spin and throw. Ferrum clearly working on the pickoffs. We've seen a lot of them today. They've had 2 that have been effective. Panthers picked Riley O'Donovan at second base in game 1, and they nabbed Logan Webster at first base in this game. So not an afterthought for the Ferrum Panthers, holding runners, working on those pickoff moves. 2-2 the count on the All-American Avery Neves. 1 out. Here comes the delivery from Mullins. Tried to snap the slider that missed. Now it's a full count. Not a terrible time to put the runners in motion here if you're Lynchburg. Sure, Coach Lucas Jones at least thought about it. If they don't do it, we'll see. The way Ferrum holds runners, it does kind of make you hesitant sometimes to put the steal or the hit and run on. And when you go with that hit and run with a full count, the batter can take it for a ball. It's not the true hit and run concept where you got to swing no matter what. Sort of a hit and run with an asterisk there. Could do it with 3-1. Really, actually, 3-1 hit and run underutilized, I think. Get a runner started and then chance to score him, put some pressure on the defense, opens up a few more holes. Full count here, though, with 1 out. Garcia bouncing off at second. Ferrum will try to pick again. They clearly were thinking about a runner in motion possibility. Mullins has got it back. He'll look in for the sign sequence from the catcher Bird. Garcia not going. Ball 4. Really wasn't close. 3 straight walks for Cameron Mullins now. He's walked 6 in just over 2 innings of work. And here comes the pitching change. Cameron Mullins will be out. New arm coming in for the Ferrum Panthers. We'll get it to you next. Tie ball game, 4-4 at James C. Fox Field in Lynchburg. Matthew Shepard is on for Ferrum, 3rd pitcher of the game. Shepard, has some great numbers for the Panthers as we get everything rolling again here. He'll have to pitch with the bases loaded and 1 out. See the side-arming Matthew Shepard. 10th appearance of the season. He is 1-0. He has 2 saves and just 8 2/3 innings in 10 appearances. So he's not pitching long, Matthew Shepard. But when he is in the game, he's usually very effective. Tied here. And I think this is a great spot to use a guy like Matthew Shepard. Bases loaded, 1 out, bottom of the 6th. Feels like one of those high leverage situations. One of those situations where the win predictor really changes based on the outcome of these next couple at bats. In the air from Riley O'Donovan. Didn't get a lot of it. Might be deep enough to score. Garcia at third. He'll take off. Play at the plate. Bird has it, and he cannot pull it in. It bounces out, and Garcia scores. Lynchburg takes the lead again. Sac fly from Riley O'Donovan. Other runners stay at first and second. But an RBI sacrifice fly from Riley O'Donovan. Did get enough of it there. It was Galambe, the center fielder, that came on. Pretty good throw, slightly to the first base side of home plate. I thought Bird pulled it in, but it actually popped out and unable to get the out there. Run from Brandon Garcia. Started the inning with the walk. Carson Atkins actually led off the inning, tried the bunt single, and got thrown out. 2 outs here, 1-0 count for Ben Jones. Cut on and missed. Appeared to have it timed up. Matthew Shepard has pitched a bunch in the month of March already. Although we're in the month of April, but he was busy in the month of March. 1-1 count. Shepard hands low below the belt. 2-seamer that missed. Great movement, great action. Comes at you from the odd angle. Pretty good combination for Matthew Shepard from Virginia Beach. In his career, he's 7-1 with 5 saves. Spin move, another pickoff attempt. Umpteenth time we've seen that today. We should have kept track. It's another one we talk about stats that you don't think to keep track of. Pickoff attempts, maybe. Got to be our most of the game, or most of the season, I feel like, from Ferrum. It's going to be tricky because you would have to do it per base runner, right? If nobody gets on, you don't ever have to pick off. If every hitter is getting on, you're going to have more chances to throw over to first or to second. Something to keep in mind for next game, though. 3-1 count for Ben Jones. Nearly got hit. Ball got away from Bird. Won't matter. It's ball 4. And unfortunately for Ferrum, control problems continue. That is walk number 8 of the game. It is the 4th walk of the inning. The first 3 were from Cameron Mullins, but Matthew Shepard walks 1 now. Yeah, he's as close to that closer, stopper description as you can get for Ferrum. 7-1 in the career with 5 saves. Lynchburg's got the lead again, 5-4. Hornets have scored 3 in the bottom of the 4th, 1 in the 5th, and 1 here in the 6th so far. 2 gone for Gavin Collins. He has a 2-run home run in this game, part of that 3-run inning. He measured that one nicely and swung on it, but couldn't hit it cleanly, and that's another foul ball. 0-2 the count. Bases are loaded for the Lynchburg Hornets offense. Hornets will be at home on Tuesday, April 11th. Get back to that in a second. Collins will look at that one at the knees for a strike. Lynchburg leaves the bases loaded. No hits in the inning, but they leave 3 on. They do score 1 with the sacrifice fly from Riley O'Donovan, and Lynchburg takes the lead back as we go to the 7th inning here at Fox Field in Lynchburg. James C. Fox Field is the location The Lynchburg Hornets undefeated at Fox Field this season. 13-0 now after the Game 1 win. That makes it 34-2 in the last 2 seasons here at Fox. And if you go back to the last 3 years, 56-5. Very formidable at Fox Field. Get a good look at it there. We're about to get our first look at Mason McDowell. The freshman is on for Lynchburg in relief of Travis Shoemate. Wes Arrington started it, went the first 5. Arrington would be in line for the win. Even though he left when the game was tied, Lynchburg scored in the bottom of the 5th. So officially there isn't another pitching change until the new guy goes out and takes the bump. So right now Arrington in line for the win. It's an 0-1 count. Mason McDowell, the right-hander. He's got that kind of rock and fire, come right at you delivery. This is appearance number 6 of the season for Mason McDowell. Hitters batting just 200 off the freshman. ERA is over 6. Had one outing there where he gave up some runs against Roanoke. But Mason McDowell has been very, very solid in his freshman season. Hit by Benjamin Thomas. That will drop in. Second single of the ball game for Benjamin Thomas. Leadoff man heating up for Ferrum. That'll bring Ozzie Torres to the plate. The second baseman for the Panthers is 1 for 3 in this game. He has struck out twice. Ozzie Torres was 1 for 3 in the first game. So it's a 1-run ball game, 5-4 between Lynchburg and Ferrum. Sacrifice bunt could be in play here with a runner at first. And then you got all those other options as well for your offensive game plan. The steal, the hit and run. Thomas is a good runner over there at first. Expect more throws from Mason McDowell. Both teams have really thrown over quite a bit. Ferrum has done it more than Lynchburg, and Ferrum has picked off 2 Hornet runners, 1 in each game. 1-0 the count. Told you we hadn't seen the last of those throws over, as Mason McDowell keeping close tabs on Benjamin Thomas. Thomas is 5 for 6 stolen base this season. Big part of Ferrum's game. They came into the day with 43 stolen bases. That number's gone up. I think between the 2 games today, they're up to 46 now. Don't quote me on that number. McDowell holds, delivers at the knees for a strike. The hold time is so important in stopping the running game. How long does the pitcher come set and hold it? And the best pitchers mix it up. They'll give you a short hold, and then they'll give you the long hold, 5-6 seconds or more. The long hold and then pick is really a great way to try to pick off a base runner, because you just hold it long enough and that runner hopefully gets a little antsy over there, starts extending or leaning just a little bit, and then you spin with your good one to try to pick him off. If you just want to keep him close, sometimes come set, throw over, keep him busy, those kinds of things come in there as well. More to stop in the running game than just the hold time, but that's an important piece. There's a strikeout from Mason McDowell. That's important. Outer black there. Ozzie Torres is gone looking. 3rd strikeout of the game. Elijah Bird, the catcher, left-handed hitter, into the box again with 1 out. The runner on first is Benjamin Thomas. Just continuing the thought about keeping runners close and stopping the running game, the pitcher's delivery time to the plate is the other big equation, as we're going to see Sean Pokerot go talk to that pitcher, Mason McDowell. The catcher is definitely in the pie chart of percentages on how to stop the running game, but the pitcher really, really probably has more importance in stopping the steal. That hold time and how quick are you to the plate. You can vary that delivery time to the plate as well. You don't always have to go with the slide step and the quick delivery with runners on first, but it's nice to have it in there to keep the other teams on their toes. If you become predictable, if you do the same thing every time, that's when teams start robbing you blind. that's when it becomes really easy, and really easy to scout as well. The move to first, as you see one from Mason McDowell, that's a factor in there as well. You can pick guys off without having a great move, but a great move certainly helps. And that's certainly the other part of slowing down or shutting down the running game, having an effective move to first base. And second base as well, as we've seen from Ferrum. 0-1 the count for Mason McDowell. That one hit. What a play by Garcia. Robs it out of the air. Throws to first for the second one. Oh, that's going to get away from Josh Jorman. Great hustle from Sean Pokerock to get over there and back it up. It ended up being Jorman that picked up the loose ball. But how about Pokerock? We talked about him hustling down the line on a ground ball. What about on a line shot? How is he down there so quick? I mean, it was barely out of Garcia's hand throwing-wise, and I saw Pokerock behind first base. Nuts. What a play by Brandon Garcia, laying out to make the grab. I think we got a new hitter here for Ferrum. Tough one for Bird. I mean, that ball was hit on the screws, but Brandon Garcia elevating, levitating to take a hit away. Associate head coach Travis Beasley will step out. And I think we got changes coming up here. Yeah, Mason McDowell is off. Excellent appearance there from Mason McDowell, and we get to see Angel Collazo. Here's another shot of the play from Garcia. How good was that? How good was that? Good hustle by Benjamin Thomas to get back. It's another one of those, you throw that into the great baseball all the way around category. I don't know that if Jorman was able to scoop that and field it clean, if they get the out anyway. Not sure. But we'll direct our attention to the mound with Angel Collazo warming up. The Latin flair. Love watching this guy pitch. And he was getting a steady diet of work there for a while, Angel Collazo. This will be appearance number 10 for the senior, but he hasn't pitched since March 28th. Seemed like Collazo was in there every single game for a while. Key option out of the bullpen for Lynchburg. He is in there now in a key spot. It's getting late in the top of the 7th inning, one-run ball game. Collazo's got the bandana under the hat, Puerto Rican flag. Love it. Love what he brings to the game. And he is very effective as a left-handed piece out of the bullpen for Lynchburg. You see him coming at you from that low three-quarter arm slot. Runner on first is Benjamin Thomas. He singled to begin the inning. Ozzie Torres struck out, and then Elijah Bird with the line shot. I want to say Bird hit one hard in game 1 right at somebody, just referring to the notes. And Bird was 0 for 3. He did ground into the 6-4-3 double play. I think he hit that ball pretty hard in game 1. So it's another one where the stats sometimes don't tell the whole story. Top 7, Lynchburg up by 1. A great back-and-forth baseball game. Game 1 was fabulous in a different way. It was Zach Potts in complete control. Outside of maybe the 9th inning there where it got a little loose from Zach Potts. But he gathered himself, composed himself, and ended up finishing the game. Potts struck out 10 in the game. He is still perfect on the season. 8 starts, 8 wins for Zach Potts, and this time he took it the distance in game 1. A performance we will not soon forget from Zach Potts in a key ODAC game. Lynchburg trying to keep pace with the other ODAC leaders, Shenandoah, Randolph-Macon. Conference play has been very, very exciting this season, as we expected in the ODAC. Back to baseball here. Collazo will throw to first base, continuing the theme of the day with the pickoff attempts. Benjamin Thomas, the right fielder for Ferrum, leads off there. Average lead for Thomas, I would say. He's a bigger guy. Look at the roster here. Figure out how tall Benjamin Thomas is. Well, let's see. A lot on the roster. Only 6 foot for Benjamin Thomas. Well, I don't know. Maybe my eyes are getting bad. He looks like he's 6'3" or 6'4" over there. Collazo's got an 0-1 count. Now it's an 0-2 count. Angel Collazo, 2.31 earned run average. He's pitched just over 11 innings this season. 0-2 pitch coming up. Not yet. Another look over at first base. Collazo's only struck out 5. He doesn't overpower you, but he's got the craft. Comes from that left side. He's got enough funky stuff out there. Really keeps you off balance. Pokerock, away setup. Collazo got it there, actually kind of missed in the other batter's box. So it's a 1-2 count. Collazo set below the belt. He'll toss one over that Jorman does not field cleanly, but he kept in the neighborhood, and the runner, Benjamin Thomas, no chance to advance. Nick Funk is the hitter in the game, subbing in the game. Did start game 1 as the catcher. Collazo's going to throw over again. Funk will have to wait. Nick Funk was actually not the first choice for Ferrum. They were going to send a lefty up. That's why Lynchburg went and got the lefty Collazo. But part of the chess match there is Ferrum will bring in Nick Funk. He was 1 for 3 in game 1. Long hold from Collazo. Swung on by Funk. Not hit hard. Atkins couldn't get there in time. Oh, he'll throw to second. We got a play here. We've got a rundown situation. Jones will give it up on a little shuffle toss, and they got the runner at third. Collazo is pumped, and why wouldn't he be? Big play for Lynchburg to erase what was going to be a threat for Ferrum. 5-4. Hornets lead by 1. Carson Atkins couldn't catch it in the air, but still makes an impact. There it is. Off one bounce, threw it to second. Jones just wanted to run down Thomas on his own. Then at the end, he realized, hey, I got to get rid of this. It was a little shuffle option pitch feed over to Collins. Got the out. Collazo pumped. Lynchburg goes to the bottom of the 7th with the lead. If you're scoring at home, it's a base hit for Nick Funk into center field, and then we go 8-4-5 to retire the final out. It was Benjamin Thomas that took the turnaround second. Carson Atkins got to it and threw behind him to the second base bag. Jones was there covering, and Ben Jones ends up with a short little flip to Gavin Collins at third for the final out of the inning. Big-time stuff for Lynchburg. That's another thing that good teams do. They come up with big plays in key moments. Matthew Shepard still out there for the Ferrum Panthers. Facing the catcher, Sean Pokerock. Comes across with the two-seamer at the thigh there for strike 1. 5-4 ball game. Lynchburg, they have come up with big things when they've needed them most. And that goes back to the first game as well. Hornets only scored 3. They got them when they needed them, though. Pokerock will swing on that one and send it to right field. Thomas broke back, but then he was able to adjust and come on and make the grab. Jackson Harding was in the game last inning as a defensive substitute, fans, and now he is hitting in the 8-hole that was previously occupied by Logan Webster. Jackson Harding made an outstanding outfield assist Wednesday at Randolph-Macon. It was a fly ball to right field that the runner from second from making tagged on, and Harding caught it, unloaded, and just a bazooka shot to third base to erase a runner in that game. Lynchburg did lose Wednesday, snapped a 7-game winning streak, but the Hornets have started a new one here with a victory in Game 1. Harding will swing on that one, bounces up the middle. It's going to be a tough play even if the shortstop, Michael, fielded it cleanly, but he did not. It's through the infield for a single. So Jackson Harding off the bench and on board here in the bottom of the 7th. Carson Atkins, who had a run-scoring double in Game 1. He is 1 for 3 in Game 2. He hits with a 1-run lead. And Jackson Harding at first base. As we get another visit in the press box up here, the Wooldridge press box at Fox Field. Our great friend Sam, a busy day of studying and also working behind the scenes here for the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. I think Sam might be headed over to the lacrosse game that you'll be able to see on LHSN in a bit. Baseball in focus right here, though. 1-2 the count on Carson Atkins, 1 out. Matthew Shepard came on in relief of Cameron Mullins. Tyler Smith started this game for Ferrum. It's been 3 pitchers. Lynchburg has used 4. Breaking ball swung on and missed. So now we'll adjust our count. It's 1-2 now. Yeah, it's 1-2 count now on Carson Atkins. I think we had it right before. It just was we predicted what the result of the pitch would be. Atkins gets under this one to left. Don't think he got enough of it. He did not. Fielded medium deep there for the grab and out number 2 of the inning. Top of the order back up for Lynchburg. Brandon Garcia, 1 for 3 with a walk. He was part of that 4-walk inning in the 6th, where Lynchburg did score 1. They left 3 stranded, but they scored 1 without a hit. It's a sacrifice fly from Riley O'Donovan. Lynchburg scored the run on the bases loaded walk from Sean Pokerock back in the 5th inning as well. So Lynchburg has scored in some different ways. Garcia watches that one come in outside and at the knee for strike 1. Brandon Garcia was 1 for 3 in the first game. I think his hitting streak's up to 7 games now. Going to double check that one for you. RBI single in this game. Harding takes off on a delay steal. Got it. He is safe at second. That was a one that you could see the middle infield break late because Harding did not break on the pitch. It was a 2 or 3 hop shuffle, and then he took off. Delay steal that we saw Ferrum use earlier in the game, earlier in the day anyway. We're in the bottom of the 7th right now. Brandon Garcia's got a runner in scoring position now. Jackson Harding with the stolen base. And that one's still a stolen base. That's not like a pass ball or a ball in the dirt situation where you're advancing on the defense's issue. That's just a clean stolen base. It's just not your traditional break when the pitcher's front foot comes up. It's that delay steal. Slurve just missed under the elbow of Garcia. Now it's a 3-1 count for the freshman from Durham. 2 outs. Looking for a good pitch to possibly drive Jackson Harding in here. You want to be kind of picky, I think, here if you're Brandon Garcia. You know you got good hitters behind you. He will hit that one to the second baseman. Tough play for Shepard to cover, and he got it out there. Ozzy Torres ranging deep in the glove side hole. He's in shallow right field when he throws that one to the pitcher, Matthew Shepard, for the final out of the inning. So nice glove work there from Ferrum. Makes it, or keeps it rather, a 1-run Lynchburg lead. 5-4. And here comes Jack Batchmore for the Hornets on to try to close it down. fresh battery in the game for Lynchburg. Not that the Hornets needed a recharge, but you get the closer, Jack Batchmore, on, and he'll be pitching to Holden Fiedler. Fiedler, of course, started game one. He has been not quite the everyday catcher for Lynchburg, but he's caught 2/3 of the ball games this season, we'll say. And Jack Batchmore is on. He will be looking for save number 6 this season. Batchmore from Alexandria, Virginia, West Potomac High School. 3-0 on the season, 5 saves, 36 2/3 innings pitched. He strikes out over 11 per 9, and batters are hitting under 200 off Jack Batchmore. 1-0 count to the leadoff man, Enrique Diaz. 5-4. Lynchburg leads. Diaz will take strike 1. Wiggled the hips there, but did not pull the trigger. 1-1 count. Batchmore did pitch 5 1/3 Wednesday against Randolph-Macon. He's got the rubber arm, though. No problem for Batchmore to come back on and toss as many as you need. Low target from Fiedler. Weird little check swing there from Diaz. He really almost placed it perfectly. But Brandon Garcia was there to take the hit away. Shortstop Clayton Michael is on. They're going to get Batchmore on the glove again. This has happened a few times this season. Batchmore has a glove, fans, that has some different colors on it. Not uncommon nowadays with the gloves that manufacturers are making. But there have been a few umpires and other coaches, I guess, that have alerted umpires that they don't like what's on the glove. It's got some red, some black, and some gray on there. White is definitely a no-no on the glove, but apparently the gray bothers some people long enough. And I don't necessarily know that the end result helps you if you're the other team and you bring that up. There's a bunt. Batchmore off to field it. No problem. He kind of mockingly fakes to throw it around the infield. I think he's just going to keep his hands on it and get ready to throw to the next batter. I guess F1 in the scorebook for that one for Jack Batchmore. I was in the middle of saying I don't know that it really is a great end result for most teams when they alert the umpire to the glove, because it's kind of a waking up a sleeping giant concept. I'm not sure that Batch is the guy you really want to get under his skin by making him change the glove. And this is at least the third time that I know of that he's been forced to change, and it has not bothered him in any of the other games. So I wonder if coaches will stop mentioning it at some point. Happened at Roanoke, and Batchmore got the save in that one. How about that? Pulling a string right there. Grayson Chitwood, the first baseman, was way out in front of that one. Deuce is wild here. 2-2 with 2 outs. Chitwood offered. Fiedler bodies it, throws to first. Inning done. No threats in the top of the 8th. Lynchburg leading by 1, 5-4 at Fox Field. Josh Jorman entered in the game earlier as a defensive replacement. This will be the first at bat for Josh Jorman. 2-hole slot here. Eric Hyatt went 1 for 3 and drew a walk, so the good season continues for Eric Hyatt, but now it's Josh Jorman who has put together an outstanding season of his own. Josh Jorman entered the day hitting .357, slugging .457. And Josh Jorman's pitching is something we haven't mentioned today, but it has not gone unnoticed. 2 starts, 2 effective starts. His only 2 appearances on the mound of the season. Most of the time we see Josh Jorman at first base. He'll flare this one into center, and it's down for a base hit. Josh Jorman is on as the leadoff man. And Avery Neves stepping up. Hitless in this game. Got on because of an error, and he has walked twice. He has broken, fans, if you didn't hear. Avery Neves has broken the conference record for most walks all time. He was already the single-season walks record holder in the ODAC, but now he's the career record holder as well. It's worth mentioning, in not really a full career, basically what amounts to 3 seasons now. We'll call it 3.5 by the time this year is done. 1-0 count. Now it's 2-0 as the slider misses outside from Matthew Shepard. This, I believe, is going to end up being Shepard's longest outing of the season. He'd had 10 appearances, but less than 10 innings of work. So that tells you he's not out there for a long time. He is effective when he is out there. Matthew Shepard, 1-0 this season with 2 saves. He's 7-1 in his career with 5 saves. He's fallen behind Avery Neves here, though. 3-0 the count. Yeah, that was going to be the question that I was going to pose, was how much is Shepard going to come after Avery Neves behind in the count? And he really didn't come after him there. Floated a breaking ball outside for ball 4. So 3rd walk in a row for Avery Neves. His career record will grow. Dylan Fisher in the game, off the bench, pinch hitting from the left side for Lynchburg. Lynchburg, we have noted great options out of the bullpen right and left, but they've got great options off the bench right and left as well. Coach Lucas Jones can play that chess match when the other team brings in a reliever. They've got looks they can go to. Love this Lynchburg team offensively. Dylan Fisher. He'll square a bunt there. Fouls it off back, 0-1 count. Dylan Fisher is 0 for 4 on the season. He has walked once. He's been hit once. So Fisher has reached base a few times, but he'll be looking for season hit number 1. Nobody out, and clearly the sacrifice bunt was on the last pitch. Doesn't mean it's on here. Doesn't mean he couldn't bunt for a hit as well. Shows it early. First baseman crashing for Ferrum. Excellent execution there. Fisher put it in a good spot. Shepard had to come off the mound. Honestly, I wonder if Ferrum might have gotten the bunt coverage a little bit screwed up because the third baseman came in as well. Third baseman vacated third base. I'm not sure that Shepard would have had a play to get the lead runner there because I think it was a pretty well-placed bunt. But intentional walk on Ben Jones. It will load the bases with 1 out to set up Gavin Collins, who has a 2-run home run in this game. We know what Ben Jones has done this season. Can't fault the logic there. He's been hot, and you can't fault the logic of loading the bases so you have an out at any base. Get the double play in order, try to get out of the inning that way. Gavin Collins is a bad man, though. He is a dangerous hitter. Took a good hard hack at that one and whiffed. 0-1 the count. Shepard's gotten him out once in this game. Collins will lay off that low one. Gavin Collins is 1 for 4, but the one was a big one. A 2-run homer back in the 4th inning, part of a 3-run 4th inning. First baseman is in front of the runner on the grass. Third baseman even with the bag. Middle is double play depth for Ferrum. Outfield is medium deep, although I will say the left fielder probably a little bit deeper than average. 1-2 count on Gavin Collins. Breaking ball that he was ready for, floats it over to foul territory. Chitwood is there again. He'll gobble up another one. He's made several nice grabs in foul ground today for Ferrum. And this will bring up Holden Fiedler. Fiedler went in to catch last inning for Batchmore, but clearly Holden Fiedler's not just a defensive replacement. He started in game 1. Holden Fiedler, the average is over 300 this season in 16 starts this year. Holden Fiedler had 34 hits back in 2019. He's got over 120 in his career. Takes ball one. There is 2 outs, though. So right now, the chess match of the intentional walk move on Ben Jones paying off at the moment for Ferrum. 1-0 count on Fiedler. There's a breaking ball. Fiedler kind of gave the nod, the universal, yeah, I'm on that. I see what that does. And it is good to get a look at that breaking ball. I think Shepard's got one that he can bend a little bit more. That one shot to the right side. Chitwood there for the final out of the inning. Good job by the Ferrum Panthers to buckle down defensively. 3 unassisted on the out there. Fiedler is gone. Lynchburg looks to close it down and get win number 22 on the season and stay undefeated at Fox. Don't miss the conclusion. Coming up next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Last chance for the Ferrum Panthers. We're in the top of the 9th. Lynchburg leading by 1. Hornets got the victory in game 1, 3-0. This one's been back and forth. We were tied 3-3 for a bit. We were tied 4-4. Lynchburg scored 1 in the bottom of the 6th without getting a base hit to take the lead. There's Jack Batchmore pulling that string again. The hitter is Justin Brady, way out in front. I don't know how you see it. We don't have the best lighting out there today. I'm not saying that's the problem. Batchmore is good on his own, even in great light. Brady will wear that one in the shoulder. Batchmore misses. It's a hit by pitch, and the tying run is on. Lynchburg, the home team, of course. They would get a chance to bat in the bottom of the 9th. We've seen one walk-off win here at Fox Field. Lynchburg beat Bridgewater. It was a base hit from Josh Jormond to win a game against the Eagles about a month or so ago. I think it was March 11th. Sacrifice bunt shown there by a substitute in the game. This is a new hitter. This is number 26 for Ferrum. No, it's Russell Galambe. I'm sorry, fans. It's the same spot here for Russell Galambe. It's just been a long day. It's been what, 17 and a half innings now, or I guess 17 innings and some change. Well, we'll get there. Galambe does try to bunt that one. High fastball. Tough one to bunt. Tough one to lay off of, though, probably from Galambe's perspective. Yeah, lead off up next. That's Benjamin Thomas. He's 2 for 4. If you're the Panthers, if you can get a runner or 2 on for the meat of that order, you probably feel pretty good about your chances. Oh, firm bunt back to Batchmore. He'll go to second and get the lead man safe at first. Excellent play by Batch, fielding the position. We've seen pitchers really distinguishing themselves fielding-wise today. We've got to see a lot of good stuff from all of our guys on the bump, jumping off there and making great plays. So we'll call it an unsuccessful sacrifice bunt for Russell Galambe. He's on first because it's a fielder's choice, but not what the Panthers wanted. They wanted that tying run in scoring position. Instead, it's just a runner on first with 1 out. So the Hornets save themselves 90 feet. Keep that tying run out of scoring position. Batchmore going to chunk it over to first a couple times to keep an eye on Russell Galambe. Another base-stealing threat for Ferrum. They have a whole roster full of base-stealing threats as that fastball misses upstairs. Russell Galambe is the guy, I believe, after game 1 now on the season, 10 for 10 stolen base-wise. Perfect in the stolen base category for Russell Galambe. Batchmore deals. Another one misses upstairs. I think it's 3-0. It is a 3-0 count now on the leadoff man, Benjamin Thomas. There goes Holden Fiedler out for a chat. Fiedler, again, I'm not sure we give him quite enough credit for these little mound visits. And he's got the earpiece in, so some of it could be the dugout coaching staff saying, hey, go talk to him for a little bit, settle him down, here's what I want you to say, those kinds of things. But my counterpoint to that would be Fiedler, the baseball IQ is next level. He really understands what's required of a catcher, and he understands that piece as well about when should I go talk to this guy, what do I need to say to him, what are the right things. I think he understands the whole staff as well. That's another thing about Holden Fiedler. He gets that these guys aren't robots. He knows, hey, I might have to pump one guy up, another guy I might have to go settle him down. It is ball 4 for Jack Batchmore. And Benjamin Thomas is on. The winning run is on first base, and now the tying run in scoring position for the Ferrum Panthers. Ozzie Torres, 1 for 3. He struck out 3 times. He is the 2-hole hitter for the Ferrum Panthers. So you can't ask for much more. If you're Ferrum's coaching staff, you're in the game, you're in the fight late, you're down 1 with your better hitters having a chance. 0-1 count as Batchmore gets across there. That one just missed. It's 1-1. Yeah, 1-1 count with 1 out and a 1-run lead for Lynchburg. Jack Batchmore looking to close it down. Swung on and clipped foul by Ozzie Torres. Batchmore 3-0 on the season with 5 saves. Striking out 11.27 per 9. That's 9 Ks per 9 would be 1 an inning. Nice stop from Fiedler. That's the other piece of the game that Holden Fiedler understands. Sacrifice the body, use the gear to keep that ball in front of you and keep the runners stationed. Excellent stuff there. Can't overstate how important that is. 2-1 count. Or is 2-2? It is 2-2 with 1 out. Big pitch from Fiedler. They're all big at this point. Ground ball to Garcia. Over to Ryan Long. The turn. They got it. Double play to end the ball game. Victory number 22 for Lynchburg. Undefeated at home. 14-0 at Fox for the Hornets. The double play turn there involving the defensive sub, Ryan Long. Lynchburg going deep into the bench to get contributions here. They move to 22-4. Batchmore, save number 6 on the season. Ferrum falls to 9-19, 3-10 in conference now for Ferrum. Lynchburg bumps it up to 11-2 in the ODAC. We'll say so long and invite you to join us at Fox Field Tuesday, this Tuesday, April 11th. Lynchburg will take on Lynchburg goes to Virginia Wesleyan on Tuesday, April 11th, fans. I'm sorry. Lynchburg will be on the road Tuesday, April 11th at Virginia Wesleyan. And then we're back home Wednesday, April the 12th, as Pfeiffer will be in town to take on the Hornets. So it's Tuesday on the road for Lynchburg, Wednesday at home. We hope you can check us out at Fox or, as always, view the game on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Say so long for now. Happy Easter. Lynchburg gets the sweep. They win both ends of the doubleheader against Ferrum.